mountain, I look down and see a world I was once underneath. I stand on this mountain and I look down. My mind knows more than it once knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Now you're here. You're here. You're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be than found me see. Found me see. I climb down this mountain and I look around just to see that everyone used to be me. I climb down this mountain and I look around, my mind embracing more than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth. Now you're here, you're here, you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Found me sing. Found me sing. I once was blind, but now I see the beauty of the world before me. Now you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Now you're here, you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Found me sing. Found me sing. Found me sing. Found me sing.
Hello. How are you guys tonight? So this is episode 2 of our series, Not Forgotten Friday. So I'm going to drop the link just in case Arctic wants to come up. I know Kimber's not feeling well tonight. Doodle's still recovering. So I want to make sure that I do give him the option to come up if he would like to. So this is a series that I've started, Not Forgotten Friday. You know, we have the Missing Flyer Monday. And I want to do Not Forgotten Friday because Missing Flyer Monday, I try to remember to post on my community wall, but the majority of what I post is either on Twitter or on Facebook. The social media is a beast when it comes to helping with these missing cases. It can also be a really horrible tool, but in our community, it is considered a beast in helping in these missing cases because, as I had said last week, we all have our phones, we all scroll our phones, we look over our phones, and we're scrolling social media. So I definitely want to continue doing this series. I think it's a very important series to do. Last week we focused on a case that I ran across on TikTok. If you did not watch last Friday's Not Forgotten Friday, definitely check that out. It was an amazing show. this Friday we're doing boys, males, and men that have been missing or their cases are no longer trending. And I want to bring those cases back around to the light. And then next Friday, on our Not Forgotten Friday, we are going to do natives. So I will have natives from the United States. I will have natives from Canada, which would be considered the First Nation. And then we'll also have Aboriginal from Australia as well, missing, not forgotten Friday next week. So definitely make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. I know YouTube's been unsubscribing people. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss a show. So Doodle is first in the house. She says, nanner, nanner, boo boo. There's Arctic. Hi, honey.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Arctic was second in the house. We got Drifty in here. Don't dox me. Thank you for being here. Stormy's here in the house. There's a beautiful Miss Barbara. Thank you so much for being here. FarQ sliding in tonight in the house. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Wisdom's in the house tonight. I think I saw Steven. Yep, there's Steven. Thank you so much for being here. Far done changed her photo on me. Try to make sure I remember everybody's avatar. You guys be changing your avatars on me. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Don't dox me. Thank you so much for being here. I may come up here in a bit. Okay. Thank you for coming up. No rush at all. No rush at all. I know it's been a hell of a week and everybody's kind of off. So before I do start the show tonight, I want to introduce you guys to somebody. So I want to introduce you to our newest mascot of the channel. So this is our wiener that my beautiful Arctic sent me. I stalked the Amazon guy today, and it was a box for me. And we decided we're going to name him Oscar M. Wiener.
I like that.
Because he had to have a catchy name. So I got to redo my shelf. It's been needing to be redone. And then Drifty sent me, probably be hard to see here, but it's a Bigfoot. And it come with a sticker. And you guys have probably never seen the top of my Apple MacBook, but it's covered in stickers because I have sticker issues. Just for y'all that don't know, Mom has sticker issues. How's your week been so far, Arctic?
It depends on the day. Today's been kind of mixed. I had someone in my DMs about the Holly Bobo case. Apparently, the key witness is recanting their statements and this and that. And I said, well, look, here's the deal. If the family's raising red flags, I'll be happy to reach out to them and I'll be happy to bring them on the channel to talk about their concerns. But the last thing that I would want to do after all these years is rip a Band-Aid off of wounds that have long ago healed if they're not raising flags themselves.
No, I totally understand. Yeah. And that's why we love you. Engaging with empathy and taking the families above anything else. Damn, that case has been a whole mess. All the I did it's and didn't do it's, and my goodness. And then the Holly Bobo law, a lot of people don't understand what that law means, and that's a whole nother basket of worms. Mr. Steve said, stopping by to say hi. Enjoyed the pot of coffee yesterday. It was great to see you and Mr. Mom. Well, it's always great to see you, Mr. Steve, and I'm honored I got to meet Mrs. Steve. And we had some carefree and good conversation. Can't never beat good company. Always an enjoyment. So I normally have everything over on the other screen already, but I was down a rabbit hole, which is not abnormal for me. So I have some cases in the Not Forgotten Friday, but I did have some cases that were sent to me as well. So I'm going to go ahead and start out with the 3 cases that were sent to me, highlight those, and then we'll get to the ones that I had planned for tonight. Life happens live, y'all, so my backs bother me. So if you see me, if my camera's on and I'm wiggling around a lot, it's because I have once again done something to my back. Hi, Bear. Thank you so much for being here. There's Peggy in the house. Thank you so much for being here, Peggy. Peggy and Barista were having an early morning conversation on this morning. I had to pop in there and be nosy. I was working on some graphics. I need to get back to doing some flyers. I thought about it today. I haven't done those in a long time, and I really enjoy doing them. So I think I'm going to start doing what I used to do. And I generally try to reach out to family if I can find family and get that, get that blessing to make flyers. Or something else that I do is I just look around and look old flyers or like handmade flyers, which, believe it or not, I've had families send me notebook paper where they took a Polaroid picture and taped it to notebook paper and hand wrote the information out. So I think I'm going to start doing that. It kind of helps. It helps my mental health. So I'm going to get back to doing what I enjoy and just keeping it real and keeping it about the cases. Okay, so this is our first case. This is an Oklahoma cold case. This is Janice Marie Bono. She was 25 years old when she was last seen alive on January 1st of 2002. At the time she went missing, Janice had been living a rough life. Janice had moved to Lawton after losing 2 of her children in a fire, but was thought that she was have a fresh start was a path to addiction. Sadly, we hear that more often than you would think. She had been recently staying in a local Lawton motel with another woman. Both had been fighting substance abuse disorder, often engaging in sex work for pay for their addiction. It seems though Janice was on her way into turning her life around when she went missing. She had recently called home saying she wanted to come back and get herself together. Unfortunately, she never got to do so. That sounds like Michaela's standards to me. I swear, so far this is like really close. According to the woman she roomed with at the motel, Janice walked one way the New Year's Day and she walked another. The next time anyone would see Janice was February 23rd, 2002. A farmer was repairing a fence when he discovered Janice's body floating under a bridge 1 mile east of State Highway 65 off Tonley Road. Her body was found within miles of where Mandy Wright's body was found less than 2 years earlier. Janice's cause of death remains unknown, though it is believed she fell victim to a serial killer that was preying on sex workers within the area at that time. Janice was unfortunately described in the media as just another prostitute who was killed. Holy shit. She was also described as being a white woman. She was not just either of these things. Janice was a proud mother of 3 children, of all whom were very young when they lost their mother, all of whom who just wanted justice for her. Janice was not just a white woman. She was a proud Comanche, and she deserved for someone to come forward about what happened to her. Because make no mistake, someone knows something. If you have any information about the murder of Janice Bono, please contact the OSBI at 1-800-522-8017. You may also message them here if you remain anonymous. For more information on Janice and other victims, please listen to OklahomaColdCases.org. That is a podcast. I will drop their link in the chat. And last week we did go over the update of YouTube and how now to find podcasts, or not podcasts, the chat once a live goes down. So I don't want to play their content, but this is the Throwaways podcast in Oklahoma Cold Cases. Podcast that brings you stories of cold cases from all over the state of Oklahoma. Please click on the link below to listen to each section. So you got the Lawson serial killer, murder in summer, and the throwaways. So I'm going to also grab this link and I'm going to throw this in the Discord just because I would like to listen to those other podcasts as well, and maybe some of our wonderful Discord community members would also like to listen to those. I sometimes listen to the 911 calls too to go to sleep at night, so I know that probably sounds really weird, but welcome to my world. It's a
And
weird, great place to be.
Oklahoma Cold Cases actually has a really phenomenal Facebook group too that I recommend that you all go check out. It's one that's near and dear to my heart, being from Oklahoma. So I'll go grab their link for their Facebook group and pop it in the chat too.
Thank you so much, Arctic. I think I am a member of that group, but definitely any group. If I'm not, I will definitely make my way to their page and add myself to their group. Thank you so much for that. I feel like these cases, they're brought to us for a reason, and I want to make sure that I highlight these ones that I like to call viewer's choice, so we can make sure that those get views, because the subs take the time, or the community takes the time to send those over. I want to make sure that if I'm not already, barrel down cases that were set up and ready to go, that I highlight those as well. The missing St. Peter's woman has been found and identified. Amanda John was found deceased. I'm so sorry, Doodle. I'm sorry, love. Prayers to her family. Yeah, absolutely. My heart goes out to their loved ones. Hi, Paula. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Nicole Jung, police, not Amanda. My goodness. Hi, Dan. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, isn't that interesting? I always love finding new podcasts and things like that, because we all do research differently. So you may hear something in one podcast that you won't hear in another podcast. And then, these cases are fluid, whether it's a cold case, a new case, it doesn't matter. It's fluid investigation. So you might hear a family member give a detail in one podcast, and you might hear a different detail in another podcast from the same family member because something has updated or changed. Well, there's Kimber. I thought you was sleeping, ma'am. I thought you were sleeping. Thank you so much for being here. There's Drifty's backstage. I don't see you. Give me just a second for my computer. I need to just zap everything over to the other ones, so that way it's not. That way it doesn't freeze on me, because it's extremely frustrating when I'm trying to do this and it's freezing. I am going to go ahead and close out Discord. So if you send me anything on Discord, make sure that you say, "Hey, Mom, Discord," because otherwise I'm not going to see it. If I don't close it because it's so active of an app, it'll slow it down even more, even though I do have some other cases in there that I want to pull out of there as well. I thought I saw Avery. Did I see Avery? Am I seeing shit? No, here we go. Hi, Avery. Thank you so much for being here. And then Dago's in the house. Thank you for being here tonight. Is Mikey in here? What is going on? I'm missing everybody coming in. There's Mikey. What are you doing, Drifty?
Hold on, I'll show you.
Okay.
If the tape will cooperate, that is. I am doing stuff for your car show.
Let me make you big, because I can't see that. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. What you doing? Ooh. Is that the birth of a keychain?
Yeah, that's the first of the keychain. It'll look like this when you get them.
Oh,
and their own
fancy.
Like,
they come in packaging now?
Yes, they come in packaging now. And look, your own little magnets.
Ooh, fancy, fancy, fancy. That's awesome. I'm loving it. Loving it.
Cozies.
Down.
Got you a whole thing of cozies that I'm gonna work on.
Sweet.
I've got in this lovely box. I have your beautiful tote bags. And that's not all.
Beautiful.
I'll
Thank
have
you
you
so
hats.
much.
I have you and
Ooh,
Mr. Sunshine
hats too?
hats. Yep, you and Mr. Sunshine will have hats.
Sweet.
But I've been working tirelessly all day to make sure I have all of your stuff done tonight, or at least by Monday.
Perfect.
Well,
Thank
all
you
your
so
hard
much. Yeah,
work,
it's getting close.
yeah, all your hard work's greatly appreciated for everything you're doing to help with this car show, Drifty.
You're welcome. And I've got a tote done that actually looks right. My other one's ghosted on me, but I got
It
this
takes a
new.
team,
I got this
and
new
my
tape.
team has.
I got this new tape, so I'm hoping it doesn't ghost on me no more. But this is what the real crime team will look like on the tote bags. On some of the tote bags.
Cool.
That one's done. That one came out exactly
Cool.
like I wanted it to. No ghosting. And the heat
No
press is going
ghosting.
90 to nothing. And I got you stickers too. Hold on.
Sweet.
I resized your stickers for nice convenience.
Perfect.
And I'm putting them in a Ziploc bag just for you. You're going to have 80
Thank you.
keychains.
I got one of those rolly things.
You're going to have 80 keychains. I think 10 tote bags and 80 stickers. And I do not know how many of the cozies I ordered. I think I ordered like 20 cozies. I have not started on the cozies yet.
Are we getting some cards of Drifty's put out at the show? Yes. She ordered her business cards. I created her a new one, and she's already got those delivered from Provide. So there will also be cards for Drifty.
There's going to be cards.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much.
And there's going to be 80 magnets because I ordered 2 sets of magnets, and each set came with 40 in them. 40. So you're going to have 80 magnets, 80 keychains, a little over 80 keychains. I think like 20 cozies, 80 stickers, and 15 tote bags.
Perfect.
So you will be set, and 2 hats.
Perfect.
One for you, one for Mr. Sunshine.
Awesome. And
one of these days I'm going to have me a fancy embroidery machine, and I'll make you some out of I'll do embroidery hats. It's on my wish list.
I need one of them there wish lists. I need a monkey in my life. I need a monkey. Did I miss PJ? I'm having trouble finding. I don't know why my comments are blinking again. Sometimes it does this. He's not messing with the TV. So PJ, if you're in here, I missed your comment, but thank you so much for coming in, honey. Chris is in here too. Hi, Chris. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run to the next case here. We're going to not run very fast, though, because my inhaler's over there in my bag. All right. So this next case is also a viewer's choice. This case was sent to me as well. This was sent to me by Taylor. Stitching, Bitchin', and True Crime. I think her channel is a unicorn.
I knew who sent you that before you ever said it. I've covered Tom's case before too at Taylor's request. It's one that is mind-boggling.
Really? She literally just sent this to me, so I haven't even had a chance to read over it yet. If you want to drop your video in back chat, I'll pull that up as well.
Yeah,
I know you always do phenomenal work. We've got a couple of years. Yeah, no rush at all. I've got a couple of years queued up for tonight's show too. And so we'll read the article first, and when Arctic gets his video in back chat, I'll pull up And Chris says he's not sending cases for the rest of the night. Thomas Brown's family is suing the funeral home over remains of one's missing Canadian teenager. Oh my God, I already don't feel comfortable. That already don't sound good, y'all.
Dale, I said I done a video on it. I cannot find it now.
To run slow. It's uh-oh. I tell you how I find mine, because if I scroll through, I think I counted, I've almost got 1,000 videos up. I'm like 35 short of 1,000. I just go straight to my studio and type the name in. Otherwise, I'm going to spend 27 years looking for it. Oh, what a beautiful boy.
Where is...
The name sounds familiar.
What is the box?
Questions. Oh, this must be the search efforts. Okay. So let's get out of the photos so we can pull this article back up. Amarillo, Texas. The family of Thomas Brown is suing a funeral home and his father over skeletal remains of the once missing Canadian teenager. Penny Meek, his mom, Chris Meek, his stepfather, and Tucker Brown, his brother, filed a lawsuit Tuesday against Foxwell Brothers and Kelly Brown. They're asking for declaratory judgment to allow forensic exam and DNA testing to be performed on Brown's remains prior to burial. The family wants an expert to confirm injuries to Brown's skull, as well as positive DNA tests to confirm the remains are actually Brown. Oh, wow. If I click that, it's probably going to take us to Facebook. So let me see what's on here before we go to Facebook. Thomas Brown, 18, a senior at Canadian High School, when he went missing on November 23rd, 2016. He was seen at 11:40 p.m. at a gas station in Canadian. Brown's remains were found on January 9th, 2019, near Lake Martin in Hemphill County. His death was investigated by Texas Rangers, Hemphill County Sheriff, and the Attorney General's Criminal Investigation Division. According to the lawsuit, law enforcement concluded there is no evidence that Brown committed suicide or that his mom, stepdad, or brother were anyway involved in his death or involving in moving and hiding his body or skeletal remains or involved in any alleged cover-up. The lawsuit also said that Kelly Brown opposes any forensic or DNA testing of the remains. It is unknown if the defendant Boxwell is opposed to forensic examination and DNA tests sought by the plaintiffs. ABC 7 News contacted Boxwell's brothers and asked if the funeral home had any comment about the lawsuit. The owners released the following statement. At this time, we have not been contacted by an agent of the courts in regard to this suit and are unaware of such. We're trying to help both sides of the family and are wanting some legal authorities to give us direction and look for agreement. Our thoughts go out to all parties involved, and we hope for resolution soon. News 7 also made attempts to reach Kelly Brown. We will know if he responds. What the hell?
I put the video in back chat, but it's like 45 minutes long, so I don't know if you want to play it or not.
Did you? Okay, good. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. This is not one to load. We already read the article, so let me get rid of that. So let's make sure I haven't missed anybody. Chris says he's heard of this case. You're at 409,413 total views of your videos Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Dandy. I really, really try. I don't do this for clicks or views or sub counts or none of that stuff, but you're here now. Well, I think they knew you were coming or something. uh, but that's amazing, and that really makes my heart smile. I hate it that you can't click links from the front chat, which StreamYard is about a pain in the hind end to start with. Okay, this was November 26, 2024, client investigations and consulting press release in the matter of Thomas Brown. Afternoon at 3 p.m., Chris and Penny Meek, along with Tucker Brown, filed a lawsuit and request. We just read that a month ago. Released Penny and Chris, home his brother, make arrangements. The entire matter, he was once again upset. His mother and family and father, Kelly Brown, through the council, blocked separate examination of the team's specialized forensic examiners. The family has been told the Office of the Attorney General has taken no position to release the body to the family and hold no control over the body. Okay, so that was pretty much the same damn article we just wrote or read. Blah, 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 blah. Words are hard tonight. James Johnson, thank you so much for being here, honey. It's good to see you. I miss Frankie being around. Yes, apparently we do have psychics in chat tonight because everybody was saying, hi, PJ. And I was like, where the hell's PJ? I don't see PJ. You know what? You probably can't even hear that, can you? Because I didn't share the damned audio.
Nope.
Hang on. Let me try that again. I got this second screen for my birthday, and you would think as long as it's been, I'd know how to work the damn technicals of it. Well, I'm sorry y'all couldn't hear it. I was listening to it on my own. I was keeping it from y'all. The suspense was building up. The way you were going at it, I never guessed you weren't feeling well. All right, let's hide this. Let's try this again. Round 2.
Hello, True Crime family. This is ArcticFox, True Crime. Welcome back to the channel. Today, we're doing something a little bit different. We're looking into a case that I can personally attest has sent me down more rabbit holes than a Bugs Bunny Looney Tunes cartoon.
Jen Rebel, thank you so much for being
This is
here.
the case of Thomas Brown out of Canadian Texas. A suicide, a planted phone, a bloody truck found 18 miles away from the body. What exactly happened to Thomas Brown? This November will mark 6 years since the 18-year-old high school football player went missing from Canadian Texas. Thomas Brown was a friendly, outgoing kid. He was a high school football player, class president, involved in the high school drama program. By all accounts, Thomas had no enemies and was friends with everyone. Canadian Texas is a small town. It has a population of under 5,000 people, and it's the kind of town where everybody knows everybody's business, which is what makes what happened in November of 2016 to Thomas Brown and the fact that to this day, the case remains officially unsolved, all that much more concerning. Wednesday, November the 23rd of 2016 seemed like an ordinary night for Tom. At around 6 p.m., he told his mother, Penny, that he was going to go and hang out with his friends, Caleb King and Christian Webb. Tom had recently broken up with his girlfriend, Sage Pennington, but they remained friends. He asked Penny for her debit card so he could put gas in his vehicle. She gave it to him. He drove away. Generally, the kids would meet at one of the schools and they'd park their cars there and they'd all hop into one car and just ride around. That night, they met at the middle school and they rode around. At 6 p.m., Thomas met his friends Caleb and Christian at the middle school parking lot. Thomas and Caleb left their cars there and Christian drove them around in her car. One place where they end up to go for a walk is the Canadian Wagon Bridge. At around 11 p.m., the trio decided to call it a night. Christian drove the boys back to their vehicles in the parking lot, and Thomas left the parking lot in his car, a red Dodge Durango, at around 11:26 p.m. At around 11:28, Thomas was seen on CCTV pulling up at Frank Oil Canadian.
Julep.
Bank records confirmed that he put gas in his vehicle at that time. Then Thomas went to Frank's Oil and Gas. There are just gas pumps there, no attendants, no convenience store. The surveillance footage would later show him pumping gas into his car. His mom's debit card was swiped at 11:28 p.m. At midnight, Tom misses his midnight curfew at home. And his mom, Penny, begins to worry because, again, Thomas was a good kid. This was very unlike him. He never missed curfew. He would even come home well before curfew oftentimes, and then he and his friends would just play video games. She begins to try to get in contact with him, but she's not able to reach him on his phone, which again is unlike Thomas not to answer his phone. Text continued to go unread. Once again, she tries to message him, and again, the message was delivered, but it wasn't read. 5 minutes later, Penny says that she tried to message Tom, and the message was unable to be delivered, meaning that in all likelihood, Tom's phone was turned off. Tom's brother Tucker left the house and began to drive around Canadian in search of Tom. At 12:13 a.m., Tom's phone emits its final ping. This is in the location of Wildcat Stadium in Canadian. Penny calls the homes of Caleb and Christian in search of Tom, and he's not at either property. Penny said she didn't call 911 because, her husband's a volunteer fireman. So ultimately, her husband gave her a number for the sheriff's department dispatch. It took about 45 minutes for the deputy to respond. He went out to look for Thomas. At 3:30 a.m., Pine Gregory, a deputy from the Hemphill County Sheriff's Department, finally arrives at Penny's home. Tucker went with the deputy in a patrol car to search for Thomas. Tucker had noticed that a gate that's normally closed and locked that goes down a dirt road was open, but the deputy didn't drive down there. And later, Tucker asked to go back to that area, but the deputy refused, saying he had to go off shift. They arrived back home around 6 a.m., not having found Thomas or his car. At around 8:40 a.m., Christian Webb and her father went up in the family helicopter to search Canadian for any sign of Tom or his vehicle. They saw the vehicle.
Hey, Dutchy, thank you so much for being here. Sending you and yours so much love. I hope that everything's going better.
From the air at 8:40 a.m., and they notified law enforcement. The vehicle was approximately 4 miles from Tom's home. It was found near where the sewage ponds are, which is not anywhere near any place that Tom would have gone, according to his mother. The car's location was very sketchy indeed, in most people's opinion. His mother added that Tom's phone, laptop, backpack, and keys were all missing from the car, but the chargers for said items were still there. There was no sign of Tom near the vehicle. Bloodhounds later tracked his scent to the Canadian River, about a mile east of where his vehicle was found. The trail stopped, and they got to a marsh area of the river and lost his scent. It later emerged that between 1:30 a.m. and 6 a.m., a truck matching the description of Tom's vehicle was spotted on CCTV at numerous locations around Canadian. At 5:56 a.m., his car was captured on footage from the Hemphill County Recreation Center. It turns off US Route 60 and heads east on 6th Street. It enters the wastewater area, drives up.
Arctic, was this a small town?
I mean, in comparison to, say, Dallas or Fort Worth or the major metropolitan areas of Texas, yeah.
So somebody definitely had to know something.
Oh, yeah.
You don't see very many gas stations with just pumps and no attendants anymore. That's very rare. Sorry to interrupt the video, guys. My brain's over here churning.
You're fine. If you want to speed it up a little, it was one of my first videos, so I did kind of drag a little bit when I was recording it. So,
well, we'll speed it up a little bit, but I don't want to speed it up too fast where people are struggling to hear. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for everything you do. I love that we can support our team and use, be able to pull up your content that you've worked so hard to put together. All right, guys.
A small hill parks in a remote area on the downside of the hill underneath trees about 500 yards from the Oasis Cove Apartments complex. This is where the car was later found abandoned, and it's important to note that the car is ultimately found 18 miles from where Tom's body will later be discovered. The truck has been abandoned on a dirt road that leads to a water treatment facility. A window was down and the doors were unlocked. According to Hemphill County Sheriff's Chief Deputy Brent Clapp, there was no sign of a conflict, assault, and abduction. Nothing to suggest that, he said. A search of the vehicle showed that none of Thomas's personal belongings were in the car. What was found in the car was very interesting, though. A blood droplet. And I want to stop here for a moment. There was far more than a blood droplet. Later, when luminol would be taken to the car, not by local law enforcement, mind you, but by an independent private investigator, the car would light up like a Christmas tree. There was also an empty .25 caliber bullet casing and a debit card belonging to Tom's friend, Michael Castleton. Someone had urinated on the ground outside of the vehicle, but the urine was never tested for DNA. It was never collected at all. The search by police of the vehicle was very short, which has led to questions about how thorough it was. In fact, the vehicle was returned to Penny, Tom's mom, on the same day that it was found. No forensic testing was undertaken on the vehicle, but the bullet casing and the blood had been removed. In the days and weeks after Tom disappeared, the water treatment plant where his vehicle was found was drained. The nearby 63-acre Lake Marvin was surveyed with sonar, the Canadian River was searched into Oklahoma, and every search came up empty. In a curious move, Sheriff Nathan Lewis asked Penny for Tom's phone passcode, even though his phone hadn't been recovered. An online Facebook community called Moms for Tom was created. This page was created to raise awareness for Tom's case and to spread the word throughout social media. 2 months after Tom disappeared, a North Plains electrical worker spotted a wet and soggy backpack on Lake Marvin Road. It was on the other side of a barbed wire fence along the road that leads to Lake Marvin. The backpack was found nearly 4 miles from the spot that search dogs lost trace of him during the It had to have been placed there after the fact because they searched that area and they searched it up and down that day and in the days after, said Tucker Brown, Tom's brother. Sheriff Nathan Lewis said he believed it had been there a while. It had an indentation in the ground where the backpack was sitting, and it was wet inside and out. Pages were almost molded at that point, according to Lewis. And of course, he claims they did not find his cell phone. Thomas's school-issued laptop computer was still inside, but it hadn't been used, and because of the bag's condition, it really didn't provide any clues. One set of indistinguishable footprints also led up to the backpack. But Penny was not made aware of the discovery of the backpack by the sheriff's office until 5 days after it was found. Tom's family enlisted the services of a private investigator, Philip Klein, from Klein Investigations. Now, Philip has worked on other high-profile cases of missing children, including Dior Coons and the case of missing grandfather Michael Chambers. In October of 2017, Klein conducted a search around Lake Marvin Road near where Tom's backpack was found. On October the 14th of 2017, a gun holster was found. During the search, a cell phone was also found. The lady who found the phone took a photo of it and later told Penny that the phone that she found was a rose gold color. Thomas's phone was plain gold. Penny has never seen the phone that was recovered, but according to the Hemphill County Sheriff, the phone that is now, to this day, still at the crime lab is Tom's. His mother does not believe this. The question remains, could this discrepancy have something to do with why Sheriff Nathan Lewis asked for Tom's phone passcode before a phone was ever found? Following the months of conflict between the sheriff's office and the Brown family, on January the 26th of 2018, Sheriff Nathan Lewis put in a formal request to the Texas Attorney General's office. He asked that they take over the official investigation into Tom's disappearance. The fact is that the family had put up a Change.org petition requesting that this take place well in advance of it actually taking place, and the petition received over 10,000 signatures. Ultimately, the case was turned over to the Texas Attorney General in February of 2018. On January the 9th of 2019, human remains were discovered in an area near Lake Marvin Road. The Texas Attorney General's office and the Texas Rangers responded. Following forensic testing on January the 16th, the remains were identified as belonging to Tom through dental records. The remains were found in an area that had yet to be searched by investigations. That area had been flown by helicopters. The south part of the area had been run by dogs, but it had never been searched. And there's questions as to why it took so long for Tom's body to be found. According to whichever source you ask, it could have been searched prior, but there's conflicting information as to when it was actually searched. But according to law enforcement, it had not been searched. It has since emerged that the remains were actually found by Pine Gregory, Hemphill County Sheriff Office deputy. Now, Gregory, get this, found the remains while he had been searching for deer antlers while on Hemphill County time. It was also in the wee morning hours, 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning, when he found the antlers. So when he found the remains, I should say. And it wasn't even the time of year to be out searching for shed deer antlers. So one must ask, why was he out 2, 3 o'clock in the morning searching for deer antlers, especially while on county time? And you may have heard Gregory's name before. He was the one who took Tom's brother out to search on the night that Tom went missing. It's hard to put into words just how unprofessional and shady the conduct of the Hemphill County Sheriff's Office has been in relation to the disappearance and death of Tom Brown. I'm going to attempt to list the occurrences in chronological order. According to the Unfound podcast, there had been incidents between Tom and Sheriff Nathan Lewis before Tom disappeared. Canadian residents have come forward since Tom's disappearance to tell his mother Penny that they believed Nathan Lewis was harassing Tom. Former Hemphill Sheriff James Pearson has also been in touch with Penny to corroborate the harassment claims. It took the sheriff's office almost an hour to respond to the emergency call when Tom went missing. When they finally did respond, and Gregory went searching, with Tucker Brown, Gregory did not search thoroughly. Tucker said that, again, that gate that was usually locked was unlocked. And Deputy Gregory did not want to drive and search that area. Then this is the area where Tom's car was later found. Shortly after the car was found, and with a minute amount of investigation, Nathan Lewis called Penny's husband, Chris, which is Tom's stepfather, and said that he suspected Tom had killed himself. He asked Chris not to tell Penny, but Chris told her anyway, obviously. 10 days after Tom went missing, Penny was shown a photo of him where he was getting gas on the night that he disappeared. Nathan Lewis showed her that photo, and Penny confirmed it was Tom. Philip Klein has also seen the photo, and it was reported to exist in the Houston Chronicle. Penny always thought the photo was taken by a person, as it was too much of a close-up photo to be CCTV or dash cam footage. Nathan Lewis now denies that the photo ever existed. The Texas Rangers also have never seen this photo. According to the Unfound podcast, 2 sheriff's vehicles are seen on CCTV in the area where Tom disappeared right about the time he was last seen. None of the officers have admitted to being in the area that night. The sheriff's vehicles are shown on CCTV at least 8 times between 11:42 and 6:23 a.m. You may remember that a debit card belonging to Michael Castleton was found in Tom's car after he disappeared. Michael and Tom were close friends. On January the 21st of 2019, just days after Tom's remains were discovered, Jeff Castleton, Michael's father, committed suicide with a gun. Jeff's suicide was reported to the media by the sheriff's office before the medical examiner had released their findings. When Tom's backpack was discovered 2 months after he disappeared, it took Lewis 5 days to inform Tom's mother that it had been recovered. He tried to tell her at this time that he believed Tom had walked away, which contradicts the suicide theory that he told to Tom's stepfather. Pine Gregory, who searched for Tom and who coincidentally discovered his remains, was actually fired from the Hemphill County Sheriff's Office in May of 2019. Gregory has a documented criminal past. He was finally let go following a letter from the county attorney that addressed his lack of credibility. Volunteer searchers on Lake Marvin Road allegedly found bones in a bucket and were instructed to turn them over to a deputy. There has been no record of this being investigated. On July the 1st of 2019, Penny and the Moms for Tom Facebook page team put up billboards around Canadian. These billboards were almost immediately vandalized. The phrase, "There's a killer among us," was cut out. In November of 2019, a charge of trespassing was filed and an arrest warrant issued for Dr. Maluth Abraham in relation to the disappearance of 2 signs taken from a vacant lot on Main and 4th Streets sometime on October the 12th of 2019.
We halfway through and I got so many questions. So I pulled it up on the map. This is not like when Dago asked if it was near a big city. Arctic answered in chat 100 miles from Amarillo. You got 3 hours to Oklahoma City. Now Juarez is down here, which Juarez, that's a stretch. And then Fort Worth, Texas, and Dallas is down here. That's another hell of a stretch. So I would say no, not near a big city. And this is a tiny little town. Like before, I don't know, my Google's popping up there. It said that it was like 2,500 population.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a wee little
2,500,
town.
5,000, something like that. I mean, it's a tiny little town. It's a dot on the map. I mean, if you're driving too fast at 70 miles an hour, you'll miss the damn exit to get off and find the town.
There it is. I was going to say, now it's not popping up. Yeah, this is little bitty. I mean, like literally, you guys can see my mouse. This here, where you get on the interstate or the highway, this is literally the town. This little square right here. Like, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there's no way in hell that nobody knew nothing.
Yeah, and law enforcement, I think, just my personal opinion, knows exactly what happened and are complicit in what happened and have been gaslighting this family for years.
That's what it sounds like to me. And antler hunting, for those of y'all that aren't country, so bucks shed their antlers and they'll scratch up against trees or fence posts or anything that they can, and they'll knock their antlers off. So, like where I'm from, people go antler hunting. It's not anything abnormal. I mean, that I know it sounds weird, but they'll take antlers and they'll make gun racks and shit out of them. Hat
No,
racks.
it's not abnormal, but it's abnormal to do it that time of night, especially when you're on company time
Yeah.
and it's out of season.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Is that like the antler thing? I can get that, but no. Not on paid time and in the middle of the damn night. That's crazy. And there's aminals out there that will eat you. Yeah. Rutton. Thank you, Mike. I couldn't think of what it was called. Mm-mm. Okay. Thank you, Paula. Thank you for being here. Right. We go, I mean, when we do antler hunting, or my brother does antler hunting, they do it during the day. Because you don't want to step on them. You know what I mean? You don't want to step on them, especially if you don't got boots on. That's very, very freaking strange.
The motivation for Dr. Abraham to remove the signs is unknown. In August of 2019, the Texas Attorney General announced that it was suspending the investigation into the death of Tom Brown. They said all evidence had been analyzed and no ruling into Tom's cause of death could be made. Throughout the investigation, evidence has been discovered and obtained by various agencies and thoroughly analyzed. There is no viable evidence that would lead a reasonable person to conclude that foul play led to the death of Thomas Kelly Brown. This included evidence related to manner of death, cause of death, or evidence of a specific suspect, said the Office of the Attorney General. But since the beginning, local law enforcement has been trying to frame what happened to Thomas as a suicide, even before his body had been found. And keep in mind that no autopsy has ever been performed on his body. In fact, his family still doesn't have his remains. His remains are still laying in a lab in Texas, which I certainly don't understand. They need back. If they're not going to autopsy Tom, they need to at least get his remains back so that he can have a proper memorial. But like I said, since the beginning, law enforcement was trying to frame it as a suicide, even before Thomas's body had even been found. That was their running theory. The family, having given up on local law enforcement ever coming to a concrete conclusion on what happened to Tom, hired Klein Investigations to take on the case. Back in 2021, Klein Investigations had a 4-hour town hall meeting to go over what they had found thus far. But not to be outdone, the Office of the Attorney General released 249 pages of evidence the night before the town hall. The Office of the Attorney General says that Thomas's death is questionable, and quite honestly, after deep diving into this case, that is putting it mildly. It's important to note that not all of the evidence is included in the documents released by the Office of the Attorney General. Conveniently missing is the documents pertaining to the investigations into the former Hemphill County Sheriff and Deputy. The documents pertaining to investigations into Thomas's mother and stepdad were also missing from the documents as well. To date, nobody has been charged in the death of Thomas Brown. Included in the investigative summary is a statement from the district attorney that they do not present suspicious deaths to a grand jury if evidence shows that the death was a result of suicide. According to the Attorney General, Thomas searched on his phone at around 9:11 p.m., the night that he went missing, for the suicide hotline. Now, it's also important to note that they say that this was done on private browsing. However, Apple has come back later and said private browsing is just that. If you browse in incognito mode on your iPhone, it's not going to show later in your search history. So there's just that to kind of be food for thought. At any rate, I can tell you that searching for a suicide hotline does not mean that you're going to commit suicide. Good Lord, the number of times that I've looked up the suicide hotline number so that I could post it to videos, people would think I'm the most suicidal person on earth if that was the case. The town hall really didn't reveal much new information, but it did reveal that one side of Thomas's face was crushed. The private investigator also exposed what he said was a local gambling ring that bets on high school football games and said that that may be connected to Thomas's death. The theories in this case abound, from it being an accidental shooting to it a suicide to it being a cold-blooded murder, but honestly, at this point, they're just that. They're theories. My ultimate goal in this video is to just present what is known in as unbiased a way as possible and let you guys come to your own conclusions. We know that not only was Thomas's head smashed in, but that he had a gunshot wound to his head. The question remains as to if the smashed head was enough to kill him, or if he was shot because he was still putting up a fight after his skull was smashed in. Even the private investigator, Klein, has theories ranging from accident to Thomas being killed due to a gambling ring that law enforcement was a part of. Since taking on the investigation, sadly to date, as I stated earlier, Thomas still has not been laid to rest. He has no memorial other than a small metal cross with white flowers placed near where his remains were found on Lake Marvin Road. The case is officially classified as a cold case, and the remains of Thomas Brown remain in a lab in Texas, despite the pleas of many concerned citizens as well as pleas from the family of Thomas Brown. This case has never been presented to a grand jury. So, on the night
Welcome in, Nicole.
before
Thank you for being here.
Thanksgiving, like I said, Tom went cruising with his friends and whatnot. Again, the Durango was found the next morning next to the water treatment plant. Tom would ultimately be found 18 miles from the Durango. Several rumors flew around at the time. Some people said he had run away. Some said he'd been kidnapped and sold to a sex trafficking ring. Some people said that, he was murdered and stuffed into a wood chipper by a notorious meth dealer. There was some theories that he had been murdered by one of the friends who had gone cruising with him. The one story, though, that has stuck is that the county's young sheriff, Nathan Lewis, was involved in Tom's disappearance. There was also the theory that Tom's family knew more about what happened than they were letting on. But none of the physical evidence has ever seemed to make any sense. Again, 3 months after he vanished, his backpack was found sitting upright. After that long, it's not going to be just sitting upright perfectly. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's going to be wet and, it's going to be moldy probably. That happens. I don't know if you detect it rains a lot. And again, I just feel like it was planted there. If it had been there the full time, I don't think it would have been sitting just perfectly upright like that. 8 months later in October, his iPhone was found. Again, the phone was in perfect condition. There's questions as to if it's even his phone or not, because some people say the phone was a rose gold color. Thomas's phone was gold. At any rate, it showed no signs of damage from rain or ice storms, which meant it had to have been planted shortly before the search even began. In early 2018, again, the state's attorney general's office in Austin took over the investigation. It was almost a year later that Tom's skull and a few of his bones were found at the end of Lake Marvin Road. But because so little was left of his remains, an autopsy could not determine the cause of death, which no autopsy has even been done. You have to wonder if we're ever going to find out the truth about what happened to Tom. I don't know in my mind what happened. I know that there's a lot of theories and conjecture, more theories and conjecture than anything else. It's important to note that the family of Thomas has also been looked at, and looked at hard since the day that Thomas went missing. I've pointed out the flaws with law enforcement, the mistakes that they've made, and the shady-ass sheriff and deputy. It's also important to look at Tom's family. Accusations have been made at both Penny and Chris Meek, who's Thomas's stepdad, as well as Tucker Brown, who's Tom's brother. There are things in this case that make everyone involved look guilty, to be honest, and it's hard to make heads or tails of what is true and what is law enforcement just putting out information to support their own narrative. One disturbing account in this case is given by Chris Jones. Chris was a teammate of Thomas on the Canadian football team. He was a talented running back who had just moved to Canadian from a nearby town not long before Thomas went missing. Chris was also a troubled kid that had had his fair share of issues. He got into fights and was ultimately kicked off the Canadian football team after the 2016 season. He's currently serving 30 years in prison for armed robbery, so it's unclear how credible he is. But the story he tells is a wild tale indeed. According to Chris, Sheriff Nathan Lewis had personally recruited him to play football in Canadian. According to Chris, Sheriff Lewis had come to see him right before the 2016 football season began. The sheriff wanted him to transfer to Canadian to play football for the Wildcats and warned of dire consequences if he refused. Chris goes on to state that Sheriff Lewis was working for a local gambling ring that wanted Chris to play well in certain games and deliberately throw other games so they could collect big on their bets. Chris had just joined the team, and he said that after the Wildcats lost a game that the gamblers expected them to win, Lewis picked him up and took him to the walking bridge, a local landmark. He continued that over by the train tracks, nobody can see you. You can't hear anything. The sheriff pulled a gun on me, and he's like, I'm going to kill you. You know, he cocked the gun back. Chris said that Sheriff Lewis let him go, but he made it clear that Chris would be shot the next time he did not follow orders. Chris then claimed in the early evening hours of Thanksgiving Day, less than 24 hours after Tom had disappeared, Sheriff Lewis came to see him again. That weekend, the Wildcats were in the state football playoffs, and Chris said that Lewis took him. No, I'm sorry. And Chris said that Lewis told him the gamblers were banking on a Wildcat victory. Chris goes on to tell a tale of Sheriff Lewis blindfolding him, abducting him, and taking him on a ride, where after 30 minutes the two pull up, and Tom Brown, still alive, is tied up, sitting in a chair, with Pine Gregory, the sheriff's deputy, holding a gun to Tom's head. Chris said that he never saw Tom again after this. It can be said that due to his own shady past that Chris may not be the most reliable witness, but it is also important to note that his story has never changed and always remained consistent according to the Klein agency. Officials with the state attorney general's office were so upset with the information that came out during Klein's town hall and the account that Chris gave that they finally allowed their lead investigator, Sergeant Rachel Kading, to do an interview with local media. Now, to hear her talk, the conjecture that has been put out regarding the case has only caused harm to it. She says that there's no evidence that Tom had been shot in the football stadium parking lot, which is a common theory in this case, nor any evidence that Tom was even in the parking lot the night that he went missing. She also disputes the story of the sheriff and his deputy holding a gun to Tom's head and states that there's zero evidence to support that. Her account is that Chris Jones has had several stories over the years and is an unreliable witness. She said that at one point, Chris Jones also blamed Tom's death on the Mexican mafia or a cartel that two Mexicans were tied to, that they tied Chris to a chair and shot him up with drugs and said that they would kill him if he ever told anyone what he knew. Sergeant Kading said that the Attorney General's office has lots of theories, but obviously that nothing Chris Jones says is true. Scattered throughout the 249-page report put out by Agent Kading and the Attorney General's office are several questions about Tom's own family. She goes on to say that Tom's mother, Penny, showed signs of deception when asked about if she had information about where Tom's body was when questioned about it. She also said that Tom's stepfather, Chris Meek, also showed signs of deception during his polygraph examination. Kading also says that Chris Meek's whereabouts during the early morning hours of Thanksgiving Day 2016 have not been verified. He says that he was home all day, but that has yet to be confirmed. Kading also said that she was concerned about Tom's iPhone. This iPhone, I'm telling you guys, this iPhone keeps popping up all over this case. According to Kading, only a few weeks after Tom disappeared, Tom's mother had asked some of his friends if they had known the password to his iPhone, which was still believed to have been missing. Kading wondered why Tom's mother would be asking about the password to his iPhone unless she knew where the phone was. According to Kading, Tom's mother showed deception when being asked about Tom's phone. Kading also states that Tom's stepfather, Chris, had showed deception on his polygraph exam and that the brother, Tucker, refused to even take an exam. Now, I want it to be known that I don't hold a lot of stock in polygraphs. There's plenty of reasons why they aren't allowed in court, and several things can throw a polygraph off. In my opinion, polygraphs are junk science, so much so that the inventor of the polygraph later regretted having invented it. Kading also said that the reason a grand jury has never been convened is that there would likely be multiple people indicted. That's interesting. But there's not enough evidence to convict anyone in the mind of the Attorney General's office. And while this may look damning to the family of Thomas Brown, there's also plenty that paints law enforcement, as we've already discussed, in an equally bad light, if not more so. So that, my friends, is where we're at. It's 2022. There are no answers in this case, unfortunately. Only questions. And the deeper you dive into the case, the more rabbit holes you go down, the more questions you end up with, unfortunately. Now, do I think that Tom's family was involved? No, I don't. And the reason for that is they have been advocates trying to find out what happened to their son since day one. They put up change.org petitions. They have created Facebook pages. They have put signs up. They've protested outside of courthouses. They have done everything they can to try to find out what happened to Tom. I don't think they were involved. Do I think that some Mexican mafia couple Mexicans killed him? No, I don't. I don't. I do, however, think that there's a very real possibility that the sheriff and the sheriff's deputy were involved in his murder. The most concerning thing to me is that his truck lit up like a Christmas tree when it was finally luminoled. The investigation of the truck was the most shoddy investigation of a vehicle involved in a crime scene that I've ever seen in my life. No evidence was really collected. It wasn't luminoled properly at that time. It was returned to the family the same day. I could go on and on about the shitty job that law enforcement did with that vehicle. More alarming is that his body was found 18 miles from where the vehicle was found. He didn't kill himself, I do know that. Dead men don't walk 18 miles. Dead men don't plant their backpacks and don't plant their iPhones. So, was it related to a gambling ring? I don't know. Definitely not the most off the wall theory in this case. He very well could be. I know that the young man that put that theory out there, is telling us this. He's got his own shady past. He's got his own history. He's currently serving 30 years for armed robbery. But given the fact that Deputy Pine is the one that stumbles across Chris's remains at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning while supposedly hunting for deer antlers, give me a break. And it wasn't even the time of year that deer would have been shedding antlers. And he's doing this on county time? Now, come on. Then you take into account that the sheriff's deputy gets fired because of his lack of credibility. The sheriff himself later actually resigned due to major issues, which I could go on and tell you so much more, but this video would go on for days. Let's just say that the sheriff of the town has a history of corruption too. And when it's funny, we see this corruption very often in these smaller towns like this. We've gone over extensively the corruption in Fredericktown, Missouri. And again, it's another small town like this. So, guys, that is the case of Thomas Brown. We may never fully know what happened to Thomas. I do know that his body should be released. He deserves a proper burial. I think that a lot of the shade and accusations surrounding the family needs to stop. I think they've done everything they can to try to advocate for Thomas. I don't think they were involved at all. And that's my opinion. I think when everything is said and done and you look at the whole of the evidence points to the sheriff at the time and his deputy. And it doesn't really point anywhere else other than that. Much that they did or didn't do that they were supposed to do that reeks of cover-up. But guys, I mean, that's my opinion. Feel free to leave your comments down below. I am very interested in hearing what you all have to say about this case. And I know it's one of the longer videos, but, you know, a few of y'all out there at least like these deep dives. And I kind of enjoy doing them. This one definitely took me down some rabbit holes I didn't anticipate that it would. As always, guys, I do want to thank you for tuning in and viewing, listening to me ramble on. If you'd give this video a like, I would appreciate that. It helps the YouTube algorithm and helps more people to see the story. And, you know, maybe somewhere out there, there's someone that actually knows what happened, that can shed some light on Thomas Brown and finally give him some closure. If you would, I'd appreciate it if you click that red subscribe button and ring that notification bell. That way you're always alerted when I upload another video. And most of all, share the video. Share it to your Facebook, your Twitter, your Instagram. Let's let as many people as possible see Thomas's story. Someone out there has information. Someone out there knows exactly what happened. It's just a matter of them coming forward, and God knows this young man and his family both deserve closure after this long. Thank you so much for tuning in. I could not do what I do on this channel without the support of each and every one of you guys. Y'all mean to me. Be kind to one another out there, and as always, I'll see you in the next.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Art. I love the deep dives. Holy shit, Batman. Want to talk about some small town corruption?
Mm-hmm.
There's some fucked up shit going on in that small town.
Definitely.
And the family still hasn't got his body back.
As far as I'm aware.
I'm over here shuffling my cards. No, ma'am, that is unacceptable. Wow. Prayers for his family. My goodness. Thank you for everybody that came in while we were running the video. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. And the link that I dropped, guys, it's probably way up here. I'm trying to find it. Nicole Stolen Spirits MMIWG. For those of y'all that don't know, that is Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Please sub up to the channel. I think Kimber dropped Nicole's channel, and I dropped her team channel. She works with a team just like we do here. We have our team, but they are mainly focused on our Native Americans, and they had a live last night. It was phenomenal. It was a phenomenal live for their very first live. They did an amazing job. Guys, they've got, I think, I just went in there and checked. I want to say they gathered like at least 15 subs since last night. If you're on Replay Crew, please grab that link and sub up to this channel, because like I told them in their chat last night, we need more advocates that are here for the right reasons, more people that are willing to advocate for people for the right reasons on this platform, because there's so many that are not here for the right reasons. So I'm going to highlight their channel real quick. This is Not Forgotten Friday, and we definitely don't want our natives to be forgotten either. So this is their channel. Their Facebook group is pinned under their links on their About page. Join their group. They have a couple thousand people in their group, but let's get this 123 way up there, guys. Let's push that up there, because I mean, just amazing, phenomenal thing that they're doing. I went into, Exotic's not here that I've seen her come in yet, but she may pop in. Exotic had sent me a case, and Exotic had sent me a case, a flyer And when I went in their chat last night, I asked them, I said, hey, you guys cover men as well, just not being disrespectful to what they're doing as their mission. But I wanted to know if they were covering men as well. So this afternoon, to make my heart smile so big, 2 things. I log on to their Facebook to check for updates, because many of you guys have heard many of us say that this is something we do. We check for updates. We check for if somebody we shared that was missing, or a case that we shared, or a case that our team's working on, if there's been an update on the case, if there's other missing people, whatever the case may be. And I see this on their Facebook group. They made a flyer with their platform, their format of the case that I had asked about. Much love, much appreciation. And one more than that, guys, Arctic, who we know is a machine when it comes to putting out missing people. I go to check my videos that I need to watch, and Arctic's already got a short out there about him. So it's amazing to see people that want to do what we do and take these cases seriously and handle them with integrity and do the damn thing. That's what we call it over here, is doing the damn thing. If you're still in here, Nicole, thank you so much for being here, and send so much love to Wisdom. Posted Nicole's channel. I thought it was you, Kimber. I was trying to scroll up. Kimber's been sub for a while. So they did a really good live last night. They did their first live last night. It was phenomenal. Replay crew, it's only a little bit over an hour long. It's definitely well worth watching. And of course, I go in their chat, and a lot of their mods and people that are in their chat know me from a different case that me and Arctic had worked on together. Nani was in there, Arctic.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yep, and you know me, I be lurking in the bushes. I be all off in everybody's bushes. You never know when I be peeking through your bushes. I be off in the bushes waiting to see who's going to pop up in chat.
One of the first things I do every morning when I wake up is I go into the Facebook group and I steal whatever flyers Nicole has made, and I do shorts on them.
And I love that Arctic does that. And we actually, our Discord, I'll pull up our missing flyers Discord here. Where are they at? There's a whole group of flyers that are in here. Here we go. I'll share my Discord with you guys. Nicole says, thank you so much for supporting us. We were always more happy to post about more cases. If there's one that anyone ever wants us to put out, just message us. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Nicole. And thank you for what you guys are doing. It means the world to me. It absolutely does. And it means the world to our team. Let's see. Let me pull this up. So this is our missing flyer tab in my Discord. So you guys can see how many of their flyers are in here. And Lighting the Ways flyers, and just flyers upon flyers upon flyers. If you take a notion to go in and share flyers, these are all MMIW, MMIP flyers that are in here. There may be a couple of that are not, but either way, they're in here. And then we have our regular missing flyer channel, or whatever it's called, server in Discord. The different thing here. It's probably going to take forever to load. But you guys can see, even though it's still loading, here we go. These are all missing flyers that Arctic and Doodle and the community and Kimber and everybody puts these in here. So, and I mean, we have go so far as to put tattoos and information that you find, and then if you have a flyer that you need made, you guys know how to reach me. Dutchess makes flyers. There's so many of us that make really beautiful flyers and do the research. I'm not against calling detectives. Y'all know that. Mom would be the first someone on the phone with a detective. Can I get a case number? You got a case number? Give me some kind of number, because I know you got one. You got an event number. You got something. And generally, you can pry some kind of number out of them. So definitely, thank you so much for sharing that wisdom as well. Is your Discord open? I would happy to. Yeah, absolutely. You can join the Discord. Let me grab the link and I'll drop the link. It's normally in the description, but for some reason it's been. What's up?
I just sent you an update on an MMIP case in Discord. If you just want to bring that up real quick, someone was finally identified after several years. So.
Oh, sweet. Come on here.
Hey sis, I'm gonna drop down. I gotta help Julie get to Mare down the hill. So,
Okay, doke.
otherwise I'd sit here all night and work on stuff. But I gotta help her get her down the hill. But I got some of your cozies done.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. I still got more to go, but I got some of them done.
I appreciate it. This is the Discord link. You're
your
welcome
own
to
box.
join the Discord. Perfect. I like boxes. Do I get the box too?
Yeah.
Y'all see that? I just swindled the box out of her.
I will have all your stuff done. My plan is having it all done and shipped out by Monday. And if anybody wants a tumbler, that if they get me this weekend, I can have it shipped out by Monday, because I'm gonna have this heat press going and that heat press going, and we gonna have some fun.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Sissy's got my my Shopify link if you need it, or you can get with her. She's got all my information.
Okay. Thank you.
I love you guys.
Love you too.
Bye.
Later.
Take care, Drifty. Ask Mom
Later.
to show you her new wiener sometime.
I will.
Oh, you didn't get to see my wiener. I'll show you my wiener.
I was trying to. Oh, that's so cute.
See my wiener. His name is Oscar M. Meyer. He's the new channel mascot. Since
I didn't
Gertie's
know
a
if he
traitor
was going
and
to
she
be.
wants
I
to
didn't
lay
know if he
with-
was going to be the new channel mascot, or if your skeleton wiener was going to be the new channel mascot.
He's back here behind me. This is I also have a skeleton monkey. I've got to redo my background because ever since I redid my desk, you can't really see my background, so I have to fix all my stuff.
Yeah. Well, I love you guys. I'm gonna help her get down the hill, and then I'm gonna have him babysitting the heat press. That way the cats don't jump on the heat press when I'm gone, because it's a pain to get it back heating it up.
Okie dokie.
I love you.
All right. Love you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, let me pull up my screen share. It takes a minute to get everything to load because of my swamp signal here. So I'm going to share the picture on this side, and then I'm going to read the update from Discord. Thank you so much, Arctic, for sending me this update. So, identified Oklahoma County John Doe has been identified. Richard Vaughan Peel. Let's see. Update. The Oklahoma County John Doe, whose partial remains were located in the Choctaw, Oklahoma in January 1998, has been identified as Richard Vaughan Peel, who vanished from Elk City in 1996. Wow. After nearly 30 years of uncertainty, his family can now lay him to rest. The family is requesting privacy as they navigate their grief. This has been a difficult journey for them. See all of the updates that led to his identification in the comments after. Any further updates will be in the post. Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Arctic. We love seeing these updates like this. That really makes my heart smile.
Anytime,
the wonderful things
yeah,
that they're doing.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm always excited whenever someone gets their name back and they can finally be laid to rest properly instead of being in some potter's grave somewhere. You know, it's amazing.
Exactly. Or being on a shelf like, being on a shelf somewhere and with a number on the box instead of a name. And I know that sounds horrible, guys, but it's very true. And we'll get into that case. Like I said, next Friday will be our Never Not Forgotten Friday for our MMIW and MMIP. And then the Friday after that, I believe we're going to do Finley Creek Jane Doe
Ooh,
as one
I
of our
definitely,
featured
yeah,
cases.
I cannot wait to do Finley Creek Jane Doe. If you're not following Finley Creek Jane Doe on TikTok, you need to be, because she does a lot of work on her channel,
Mhm.
and you should definitely be following her. And at some point, I definitely want us to do Never Forgotten Fridays on the Girl Scout murders that occurred in Oklahoma.
Yes. Yeah, we can definitely do that. We can do that the same night we do Finley Creek if you want.
That works for me.
That would be great. We'll just do, we have the channel now where I'm gonna start, and you and Doodle and Kimber can put Not Forgotten Friday cases in there, because I feel like if we keep them in one place, it won't take me as long to like go through and go, where the hell did I put that? Because the tab that I originally made, like, I found other stuff that I want to put in there too. So I just made a whole new tab for the Not Forgotten Friday. So that way they stay like in one place. So if we want a back reference, or that way we can
Yep.
put them all in the same place. And that way I'm not wandering all over Discord going, where'd I put it? I know I put it in here. Yes, Nicole, you are more than welcome to join our Discord. We do have an AI bot. Her name is Thistle. She is a barista. She is supposed to help with cases, but she has a huge update that went through about a week ago, and she's rather sassy right now. So until my son, which is my IT guy, can get in there and update her, please don't be offended by anything she says, because she has been a little sassy. The family was very happy with the flyers that you make. Oh, thank you, Miss Barbara. Thank you so much. Send them all my love. And if they need me to update any information or anything on that flyer, I can pull it up, and I keep the flyers in my editor for a short period at a time, which I can always go back and edit the flyer. I can always recall them back up, but I do keep it in there for a short period of time when they're done for families, because especially like if I've got dogs barking and Craig talking to me and everything going on, I might put a male as a female, or forget to change somebody's weight or something, but Arctic always has me. Jodie Foster, that's who Mom reminds. Aw, Cash. You're such a sweetheart. Look at Cash over here. Avena. Yes, it's Avena. Did you like my Vena? Arctic got me my Wiener. Nicole says, "Oh my God, I love it. My grandma had a wiener dog named Oscar when he was growing up." Well, I was sitting there telling Craig and I was like, he needs a name. Like, I could do a poll on the channel, and then it just hit me like a ton of bricks. Oscar Mayer Wiener, and he said Oscar M Wiener. I was like, oh, sing the Oscar Mayer song. We got new people in here, Jody. I don't want to run them off their first night in here. Yes, 1996. Absolutely, very long time, and it is amazing. It is amazing. Finley Creek Jane Doe is a huge rabbit hole, and I might, if I play my cards right, and we always we on Tuesdays we have our Fox in a Box on TikTok. I might be able to play my cards right and maybe possibly get somebody from Finley Creek Jane Doe, to come up. Not making promises, but I might be able to reach out to somebody and see if we can get a special guest to pop up on panel with us. I know Advocacy Con's coming up, and when you do these events and you plan these events, it literally drains your whole soul. So I can't make any promises, but I will definitely see what I can't whip up. This is what happens when you mix two passionate people together. Aw, thank you. She just has PMS. Doodle, that's because you're the only one she's nice to. There's Cash's link. Yes, please sub up to Cash. Cash does amazing story times. Mom said to post it. Well, yeah, I did. Cash, don't be talking shit. I said to post it. Mama's odd, ignore her. No, definitely go sub up to Cash. I love Cash. I make our flyers too, and so many times I've caught an error made. Anyone catches it one, we didn't be afraid to tell us. Yeah, we'll never be offended. Same here. If I mess up something, please reach out to me and say, hey, you messed this up. Can you fix it? Which Arctic usually is pretty good about messaging me and going, Mom, he's a male, not a
Yes,
female.
but that sometimes the ADHD wins, and it may be an hour or so before I send Mom that message.
Or I've got a 6-year-old at 450 pounds or something, so it happens. Typos do happen, especially when you're doing 900 things at once. We love Arctic. Elizabeth, thank you so much for being here and listening. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, he does try to catch them, and I try to catch them too. I'll be back. He decided to help Julie. Oh, cool. For those of you guys that don't know, Julie is one of my sisters, and I believe that Drifty used Tamara's name on panel. I have another sister that is severely autistic and severely physically disabled, and she requires 24/7 care, and she is not easy to move around by yourself, and she's quite stubborn too. So it does take a village to take care of the baby, and she's a runner, so you got to watch her. She'll have her wheelchair halfway down the pasture, and you'll be looking for her in the front yard. Nicole says, Arctic, me too. I send them to Brady, and she posts them, but sometimes it slips through both of us. It happens. It does. It happens. Thank you so much, Cash. Drifty said, amen. Yeah. I've got a video of Tamara somewhere. Drifty, if you'll send me the video of her threatening to give me Duke's a knuckle sandwich, and I'll show that, and everybody can see who Tamara is. All right, guys, I'm going to move on to the next case here. Let's see. Let me see what I had in my box of tricks here. I'm usually really organized, guys, but I've been all over the place tonight trying to make sure I didn't miss anything that was sent to me, because I do want to make sure that I include our viewers' choices as well as the cases that we already had set up and ready to go. I know it's in here. Where's it at? Here it is. Okay, so many of you guys probably already know about this case. I actually had one of my subs send me this case and ask me to cover this case, and I have the father's contact information. I have not reached out to him yet, but I will be reaching out to him, and if he wants a safe place to come and talk about his son's story, we are going to give him a safe place to come and speak on his son's story. We're going to start out with our beautiful ArcticFox's video, and then I've got some other information that I want to share with you guys as well. Again, thank you so much for being here tonight. Make sure I share the audio too this time, y'all, because I be just keeping the audio all to myself. Like, they got visual, they don't need to hear it. No, I'm playing. I seriously don't do it on purpose. I'm not as tech savvy as I might seem. I'm good at making flyers and graphics, but when it comes to electronics, you'd get lucky I'm not calling Minnie half the live. All right, guys, again, thank you so much. I will get back through chat after we watch this clip. It's about 6 minutes long. I want to make sure it's not sped up because it's not that long. Oscar's over here in front of my corner of my screen. Okay. All right, here we go.
What is going on, guys? This is ArcticFox. Welcome back to the channel. Today, we are taking another look at what I have previously covered on this channel a few times, in fact, and that is the disappearance of 13-year-old James Yablonsky, who disappeared on the 12th of June, 2023 from his residence in Reedsburg, Wisconsin. The disappearance of James is surrounded by a shadowy veil of night because he left just unexpectedly from his residence, clutching his father's cell phone. Now, the surveillance footage that's come out shows that he made his way to the family vehicle and left nearly an hour later. Unfortunately, we have no idea where he ultimately was heading. By morning, James's father had alerted the Sauk County Sheriff's Office about James's disappearance, and that led to an investigation into his vanishment. The vehicle was later discovered parked along a westward stretch of Highway 12, nestled near the Baraboo Bluffs, which is about, well, it's not very far from the Devil's Lake State Park. Now, the vehicle was discovered at around 4:45 in the morning. The mobile phone was found discarded about 200 yards from the vehicle, and it was resting across the thoroughfare near the eastward lanes of the highway. In the nearby wilderness, a very basic encampment was found. Some of James's clothing was found there. Of course, there was a device charger, and there was some makeshift bedding there as well. And despite several exhaustive search efforts by law enforcement, they brought canines in, they brought drones in. James's whereabouts this day are still unknown, and there's no real substantial leads in the case. James's father said that there was a firearm missing from the home, which obviously is a huge red flag. And he doesn't understand why James would have taken the firearm with him. Examination of the electronic devices linked to James revealed that he did make some Google searches in the months before his disappearance, including searches related to interstate travel and the legal implications for air travel for minors. Now, authorities say that the devices associated with both the Yablonsky family and the school district were meticulously gone over, and no real evidence of James's presence was found, or no evidence that would lead to James was really found on them, I should say. The Sauk County Sheriff, Lieutenant Steve Scram, disclosed that James had a keen interest in survivalism, which was evident by the makeshift campsite that he had set up there. And he had studied survivalism. He did have some manuals on the subject as well. In August of 2023, James's father went and took a polygraph exam given to him by the FBI, and of course his innocence was affirmed. He had nothing to do with James's disappearance, but to this day James's disappearance remains a complete mystery, and his status is classified as an endangered missing person, and his family is offering a reward of $10,000 in the hopes that someone will come forward with information that may lead to James's whereabouts. Now, they do believe that James has more than likely left the state. That is a possibility, but we need to get his face out there everywhere, guys. This is a now 14-year-old young man, and he will have been missing for a full year as of the 12th of June. Anyone that has information on James or his whereabouts is asked to get in contact with authorities at the Sauk County Sheriff's Office at 608-355-4495, or you can contact Crime Stoppers at 888-847-7285. But this, as the anniversary of James's disappearance comes forward, I wanted to make sure to get his face back out there, guys. We're talking about a young man who took off with a firearm, who apparently is trying to see if he can survive off the grid. That's the belief, is that he wanted to try to live off the grid. And the father obviously is very concerned about his child with
very good reason. And of course, there is that $10,000 reward. Hopefully, someone out there has seen James or has some information that can help bring him home. I just can't imagine what his dad's going through right now, guys. I mean, it's been a year. And unfortunately, as we have more and more cases come forward that take Summer Wells and Sebastian Rogers and Riley Strain, the cases from a year ago, like James, tend to lose any focus. And so I wanted to bring the focus back on James
Critical.
for this 1 year anniversary in the hopes that someone out there will step forward with information that brings him home. As always, guys, I do want to thank you so much for tuning in and watching. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Y'all be kind to one another out there. Share this out to your social media. Give it a like, and let's bring James home safe.
Shout out to Arctic for always putting out amazing videos. We also have a second video that Arctic did. He's a baby, guys. Like this case is very, very bothersome. Very bothersome. Critical, thank you so much for being here.
What is going on, guys? This is ArcticFox. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are looking at the missing persons case of 13-year-old James Yablonsky, who is missing out of South County, Wisconsin. Now, this is a very concerning case, guys, because this young man had told or had done a Snapchat apparently, telling his friends that he was wanting to commit suicide. It was on one of his Snapchat stories. We also know, according to the South County Sheriff's Office, that there is indeed a handgun missing from the family home. Now, it's not known if James has the gun or not, but it's certainly a huge red flag, and it's certainly a huge concern. Law enforcement has been searching for the past 24 hours for this missing child. They have brought in law enforcement from across the county and Columbia County. They did have to stop for a little while last night due to losing the light and concerns over safety on the rugged terrain. They have brought people in throughout the night, though, and they did also find a campsite that could be related to James's disappearance. The family is concerned for this little boy's safety and well-being, guys. Um, like I said, the campsite was found in the woods off of the eastbound lanes of Highway 12 between Sauk City and Baraboo. And they are continuing to search for this little boy. Um, his cell phone was found in that same general area. The cell was pinged, which is what led deputies to the area to begin with. So he's out there without a phone. He did also take a vehicle from the family home, from my understanding. Um, there's this is just a very concerning situation, guys. Um, and again, the family, I can't even begin to imagine what they're going through right now. He is believed to be in the Baraboo Bluffs area, near the westernmost portion of Devil's Lake State Park and the northern area of Sauk Prairie Recreation Area. Again, he did leave the residence overnight with a family vehicle. That's been recovered. That was recovered on Highway 12. So right now, we know that he's missing. His phone's been recovered. They found the campsite. They found the family vehicle. The little boy's missing. As far as I'm aware, the handgun has not been recovered. And they're not saying that it's related to his disappearance. But when you've got a little boy that is posting Snapchat stories saying that he wants to unalive himself, and then the gun's missing at the same time, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to do the math on that. If you have information on James Yablonsky or his whereabouts, dial 911 immediately if you see the boy. If you have information, you can contact the South County Sheriff's Office at 608 355 4495. Guys, do me a huge favor on this one. Give the video a like. It does help more people to see James's face, and the more people that see him, the better the chances are that we can bring him home safe. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel yet, consider clicking that subscribe button. It really does help the channel out. And if you ring that notification bell, you'll always be alerted whenever I post another missing persons video. The most important thing I need for all of you to do right now is to simply click that share button, guys. Share this to your Facebook, your Twitter, your Instagram, wherever you have social media. It only takes a second of your time to do, and it can make all the difference in the world in whether we're able to find this little boy and bring him home safe or not. As always, guys, I do want to thank you so much for tuning in and watching. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Y'all be kind to one another out there, and let's bring James home safe.
As always, another amazing video by our very own ArcticFox. Guys, make sure that you're not me. You hit the like button and don't just go watch the video. Make sure you share out the videos and subscribe. Look this. I'm so damn proud of you. 16.1 thousand subscribers. I don't know of anybody that you deserve 3 times that many. But I'm mind blown.
You're making me blush. And honestly, when I started the channel, my goal was just to get 500 subscribers so I could post to my community wall, so I could post flyers. I never in my wildest dreams thought that I would hit 16,000 subs, and it's due to all my subscribers that share my content out, because you all are the ones that do the real work.
Same. Like, I remember, now you don't have to have 500 subs, but y'all, I was so desperate for community wall just because I wanted to be able to post on the community wall and share other people's posts on their community walls that I made a wanted flyer. And I put wanted community wall on there. And due to having such an amazing circle, we grow as a community, but it makes my heart smile so big to see you're growing by leaps and bounds. Which TikTok app do I download? There's 5 taps. Don't dox me. You should just download the one with the little music thing on it.
Can you even download it now? I know that they brought TikTok back, but the last I heard, you couldn't download it if you'd already deleted it or you didn't already have it downloaded.
I'm not sure. I never deleted mine. I didn't delete mine because, like Bethany and Jolene, Jaden's mom, and like 10 other families use TikTok to do their to advocate for their family members. And like, I even went through, Doodle says you can download it now. I even went through and made a Lemonade and a Favored and all these other crazy websites because I was terrified I was going to lose those videos and those, it comes with Android. Yeah. I didn't know it till the other day that Craig has a TikTok. I was like, are you following me? Give me your phone. Following me now because I need 15 subs to go live, or 15 followers to go live on TikTok. Who the hell knows if I'll ever actually go live on there? But you have to have 500 followers to be able to go live on the Tick of Talks. But yeah, James's case is another heartbreaking case that's been too long unsolved. No answers. His father does have a Facebook group. Definitely share his face, share his name. He's got to be out there somewhere.
I wish JC was here. I know this is one that's close to her.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't know where JC is. Let me see if I can call her to the white phone. Let's see. Get over here pushing buttons. At least Arctic's up here on the front porch if I go out the window. If I fall off the porch, he'll hold you guys down while I'm trying to get back. Where's Jersey? There's JC. She might be at work. Hello. Are you busy? I saw JC on a big channel's last panel last night. I about fell out of my computer chair when I went in there. And JC, she's going live on her channel. She's doing the damn thing. She didn't come up completely out of her shell and was over just telling her thing. She was doing the damn thing on a big channel. Yeah, you got to have 500 followers on TikTok to go live on TikTok. Isn't that crazy? And you have to have 500 to be able to turn your camera on, like when you're in a box, like when Bethany does the Vladic Castle Tuesdays on her TikTok to advocate for Vladic. You have to have 500 to turn your camera on, which I don't mind. It's the same. No, actually, my avatar over there is not the same as over here. It's not my evidence photo, which is what you guys see here, the evidence of me drinking water. It is the channel logo. Isn't that crazy, though? You deleted it? Yeah, I didn't delete mine. I'd have freaked out not being able to get on there.
Yeah, I think I've got like 800 or 900 followers on TikTok now. I don't know. It hasn't grown very much because for a long time, I never was posting to it. Now that I realized all I have to do is put the flyer with some music behind it, I've been posting to it every day. So it's slowly growing.
I'm trying to remember to post over there because, to be honest, after Collie Rodney, I believe, was the last time I had posted over there. Maybe a couple of other cases. And like people outside of YouTube, like family, were like, you need to be on TikTok. TikTok's really big in true crime over there. You ought to get over there. And I was like, I don't know about TikTok. I can't even run TikTok. Like when Bethany goes live, I'm the queen of tapping the screen. I'm all about I can tap the screen and get the likes up. But other than that, if I go to pushing buttons, I lose the chat because the little gifting thing comes up and then I'm panicking and I don't want to touch the wrong part of the screen. And it's very stressful. But then if you get TikTok families and you say, oh, why aren't you on YouTube? And they go, it's too hard to navigate YouTube. And I'm like, what? How the hell y'all doing TikTok? It's too hard to navigate YouTube. No, ma'am. I'm a nervous wreck when I'm over there because I'm terrified I'm gonna click the wrong buttons. Critical Mind says, Mom, I just made you my first follower ever on TikTok. I am honored, Critical, not only for being your first follow on TikTok, but I'm also honored to have you in the chat tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Those said I had a ton of followers and they banned me for doxing because of posting missing people's information. Man, I don't know what the hell's going on with TikTok or Twitter, either one wanting to ban people for posting missing people's information, but yet you got people that post people's whole criminal records on there with the damn social security number, and they're like, meh. It's all right. It's all right. Algorithm, yeah, I bet. So I gave up worrying about followers on TikTok. Oh, she's not I'm going to go ahead and read the article that I have for you guys. This is another case. These young boys, you know, and you guys know I have nothing against covering the girls, but this was actually initially my first Not Forgotten Friday to do the boys. And I ended up finding that other case. I have to do this. I have to. Arctic, you are in your tag is the same on TikTok. I'll make you number 2. I think it is. It had the same thing, Arctic, on TikTok.
I believe so. Yeah. Yeah. And I always hashtag my channel name or my TikTok name in my videos whenever I post them too. So.
Don't ever ask me for advice.
Oh, Lord. Oh, that Lord, that was really loud. I'm sorry if y'all heard that. She was very loud. Let's see. I'm still learning how to do this, y'all. I be all over the place. be liking other people's stuff. I can't figure out what mine is. It is at ArcticFox True Crime. Oh, you got 929 followers and 9,349 likes. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Arctic be doing the damn thing over there. Oh my God. A father gets into an argument with his daughter's mother and throws the child off the balcony. What the hell is wrong with people? Oh my God, Arctic. I swear to you, these people ain't got no damn sense.
I know. I'm telling you.
The world has done gone crazy. I've already made it my... Yeah, banning flyers. Twitter is doing the same thing to people. I think if I wasn't grandfathered in, and I honestly believe this, is I think if I wasn't grandfathered in on my account before Elon bought Twitter, they would probably already have hit my account for doxing, because I post probably roughly between 100 and sometimes I get up to maybe 150 on Missing Flyer Mondays. Yep. Thank you so much, Arctic, for dropping that. And there's Arctic's TikTok. Critical followed Arctic. Thank you so much for following Arctic Critical. All right, guys. ADHD, I'm telling you, I'll sit up here and rattle on and we won't even end up through half the cases. Okay, so nearly 3 years later, Nebraska family of 11-year-old boy not given up on their search for answers about his disappearance. 11-year-old Ryan Larson walked out of his elementary school in La Vista, Nebraska on May 17, 2021. Ryan is on the autism spectrum, and his family asked anyone from information to come forward. Look at that pretty baby. It says original. It is the world that loved ones when describing 11-year-old Ryan Larson. He was just original everything. His older sister Taylor told Dateline, "One of my favorite things about Ryan is he's so funny, and not necessarily because he's trying to be." Ryan's mother Tammy Larson told Dateline that some of his favorite things include Matchbox cars, army figures, and Legos, but most of all, he loves to play pranks. He has a mechanical wind-up bug, Tammy told Dateline. He loves to wind it up and let it go in his sister's room and wait for them to see if they giggle, and wait for them to see it and then giggle when they did. He always thinks it's hilarious. He also would take it to school to play pranks on his teachers. Ryan has 3 older sisters, Christina, Kayla, and Taylor, who all miss Ryan and his silly pranks dearly. Their close-knit family has been incomplete for nearly 3 years since the day Ryan disappeared. There's another really cute picture of him. What is that? Is that corn? What the hell? Sorry, y'all. I think that's corn because those are hay rings in the background.
Well, the thing
Squirrel.
about Ryan's case that really irritates me is that there were no cameras at that school. Now, if this was a case from the 80s, I could understand that. But we're talking about a case in the 2020s where this boy goes missing and there's no cameras at the school to catch what direction he goes in or anything.
No cameras at a school.
That is correct.
No, what they call the officers that are supposed to be at the school either? What do they call them? My kids is out of school now. I can't think. Oh, y'all know what I'm
Resource
talking
officers.
about. There you go. Thank you. A resource officer? Nothing?
Not that. Well, I don't know about the resource officers. I didn't really look that close into whether there was a resource officer or not, but there were no cameras there, and it wasn't the first time that he had gone missing from the school. So they knew that there was a chance that he could make an escape from that school, and no one was watching him closely.
No, ma'am. No, that I don't like that at all. Right. Wasn't this the school? If he had left before Wisdom, they would have to be aware of it. And these children that are autistic, I think they should be, why are they not keeping better eyes on these children? autistic or not, but still, why are they not keeping better eyes on these kids? Like I was just telling y'all about my sister. She's a runner and she's in a wheelchair and she will get away from you with a quickness. That's why she no longer has her electric wheelchair, because she will take off. She learned how to use the security alarm on the house and will turn it off, open the door, and be gone. These kids they're unpredictable. Tammy Larson has not seen her son Ryan since she dropped him off at school in La Vista, Nebraska on the morning of May 17, 2021. That day started out normal. We got up, got ready for school. Tammy said he was actually very excited to get home that evening. We had some plans, dropped him off at school, and went to work. Tammy told Dateline that after those school plans, Ryan was excited about that day. We were sending a present to a friend across the country, and it was a kind of a mystery, she recounted. So we were going to come up with clues that night to leave him guessing, so he'd have to try to figure out what he was going to get in the mail. So that would be something that would be really exciting for this kid. So you almost wonder if something triggered him to walk away from the school. At 12:27 p.m., the otherwise normal day took a turn. That is when Tammy received a call that would change her life forever. Just minutes earlier, around noon, Ryan reportedly walked out of the La Vista West Elementary. Ryan was on the autism spectrum and also has epilepsy and Tourette's. Oh. I got the company call from the school saying that they believed Ryan had walked out of the school. They didn't know for sure, and that I needed to come up to the school, Tammy told Dateline. How the hell did they not know for sure?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, this school, to me, Tammy needs to sue that school. Now, she did try to get Ryan declared dead here a while back. That kind of seems sus to me. Well, that seems sus to me too, because now her reasoning behind that was that it was so that she could sue the school, but she shouldn't have to have her son declared dead in order to sue the school.
No, I wouldn't think so, because that would be a civil suit, wouldn't it, to sue the school?
Yeah. Now, if she's trying to take action against them for his death, then she would have them declared dead. And I was in contact with Ryan's sister for a little bit. I thought she was going to come on the channel at some point, but then she stopped messaging me. So I don't know what happened there, but the family has my platform available at their disposal if they ever want to come on. So.
Oh, wow. That's odd as hell. That's very odd. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
I dropped the first video that I ever did on Ryan and the most recent one, because I've done 5 on him altogether over the years. If you want to use those for whatever reason.
Yes. Yeah, if you don't mind, definitely read through this is not much longer, and then we'll pull up Arctic's videos. I love Arctic's videos, and he does such an amazing job on these videos. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked with that they didn't know. That don't sit with my stomach. According to Ryan's family, this was not the first time Ryan had walked out of the school or gone missing in general. However, in the past, it had only been for a short time. I actually had called an officer that he had gotten to know, because this is not the first time Ryan has run from school, Tammy said. And, I said, okay, the school called. Where do we go from here? Tammy said the officer advised her to go home first, check for Ryan there. So she went home. When Ryan was not there, Tammy immediately headed to the school. When she arrived, Tammy learned that Ryan had been having an issue in class. Had an issue, I believe it was a math problem, and he was having a hard time, Tammy said. So part of Ryan's special individual education plan, which is his IEP, he can move to a different room to calm down. According to Tammy, Ryan was left unattended for a few moments when switching classrooms, and that is when he walked out of the school. Dateline contacted La Vista West Elementary to get a timeline of the events of the day Ryan disappeared. The principal directed Dateline to contact Papelona La Vista Community School District, which is what the schools do. When you call a school, they send you to the district. Captain DJ Barcall, who is currently the acting chief of the La Vista Police Department, confirmed authorities were told by the school that Ryan had been having some difficulty and was moved to another room. Well, no, he wasn't moved to another room if he left before he moved. Captain Barcall also told Dateline there is surveillance footage of Ryan leaving the school, however, that has not been released to the public. We spoke directly with the school employees at the time. We went directly to all the staff who were working that day and interviewed them, Barcall said. Based on Ryan's history of running away, authorities have a few areas that they knew to check for him. We immediately went into the areas where we had found him in the past, Barcall said. The captain said that they checked the local businesses and parks in addition to the school property. Officers searched the apartment complex where Ryan lives, the playground area, and the garages. According to Captain Barcall, Ryan would sometimes go visit his grandmother who lived nearby, so officers searched there too. Unfortunately, those efforts turned up nothing. Captain Barcall told Dateline that there's no evidence of foul play at this time. He just vanished. People don't vanish. I can't stand that word, which seems very odd, he said. I mean, it was a busy area of our city and lots of people and lots of vehicular traffic, so the fact that no one saw anything say he was being abducted or that would have drawn attention. Captain Barcall is due to retire next year. He said that Ryan's case is one of those cases that will stick with him. If we don't find him or find out what happened, it'll probably stick with every one of us, until there's a resolution to it. He said, I mean, no one wants to see, as I said, anybody missing, but a child that just touches all of us, whose parents and grandparents, so we take that personal. According to family, Ryan would sometimes get upset if he was not good at something quickly. If he doesn't understand something education-wise right away, he gets very frustrated, kind of a perfectionist, Timmy said. Can't get it the first time. It's very hard for him to try to get it done. Words are hard. They think that could explain why he had gotten upset at school that day, because the math problem and being involved in being moved to another room per his IEP. Tammy and Taylor explained that some of the other things that frequently upset Ryan or cause him to have sensory overload, loud noises for sure. I think of a lot of times it's just being in overly crowded places could kind of become a little nervous, Taylor said. It's a typo. He definitely did not like to be told no sometimes. That would frustrate him. Taylor said that she had gotten married and was no longer living at home with her family in May of 2021. She told Dateline that she had always been physically there for Ryan in the past, but when he was struggling with something at school, this was the first time he had walked out of the school when I wasn't living there anymore. Taylor noted Ryan had just been through so much. He has the hardest time at school and being bullied, just like he always felt he didn't fit in. Aww. Hearing that as like a big sister that like I wasn't there, like I wasn't at home to do anything about, I wasn't there too. Like kind of being there right away when Ryan walked out of school, it was really, really hard to deal with, Taylor said. After almost 2 years with no answers, Tammy needed to make a hard decision. She filed a motion to have Ryan declared deceased in February of 2023. Dateline spoke with Sean Conaway, Tammy's attorney, who provided some insight on the legal standpoint of that decision. The state's action of having Ryan declared deceased was one which he could proceed with the lawsuit against the school district. Conaway said it's also, in speaking with Tammy, was providing, I think, the last attempt to provide some measure of closure for what her and her family had been going through. From a personal standpoint, this is a decision that was not easy for Ryan's family. It was very hard to hear that, when we decided to go that way, Tammy told Dateline, because I still believe he's out there, but at the same time, I want the people to be held accountable for that day, to be held accountable for it. Taylor also discussed with the family the difficult decision. I think it's important to know that when coming to a decision, we made 100% sure that even the judge decided to declare him, it would in no way stop the investigations or police work, Taylor said. I also wanted to add that we chose to go that route because we knew that it wasn't a permanent decision. When Ryan is found, the judge would reverse the ruling immediately. I think these are very important notes for this topic. The motion was denied on April 27th, 2023, when asked if the family will be pursuing it again. Conway told Dateline, we are not pursuing the action currently. Ryan's death will be presumed after 5 years of the date of his disappearance. The Larson family has pursued legal action against the Papillion La Vista Community School District. Initially, we filed a federal action against the school district alleging violations of the ADA and IDEA, etc. The court dismissed that action and determined that we did not have remedies under federal law, Conway said, but the court did not comment on our state claims. The current action against the school district and the state of court alleges negligence on the part of the school district. The attorney told Dateline in May, reported by an NBC affiliate, WOWT. The complaint was also dismissed. On March 27th, Dateline reached out to Papillion La Vista Community School District and was told the statement would be provided in a response, but it has not yet been provided. Follow-up calls have also not yet been returned. The news that Ryan's missing shook the whole La Vista, Nebraska community. In the beginning, the turnout was amazing with the community. Timmy told Dateline in the search for her son. I mean, we were hundreds and hundreds of people out looking. We felt very loved and taken care of, I think, by the community, by seeing everyone out that way. They were. Ryan's sister, Taylor, added. Taylor and Tammy started a Facebook group dedicated to Ryan's case, What Happened to Ryan Larson. There, they will keep the community updated on facts and statuses of Ryan's case. I think that social media is very powerful. I think that we've had a lot of love-hate kind of situations going on with it, Taylor told Dateline. I think every single one of us, what if every single day, like what could we have done better to fix a situation, that what could have been done to help Ryan so this never happened. And I think that social media just kind of adds to the telling you, well, you should have done this, you should have done this, you should have done better. Taylor said that all the noise is difficult to deal with, but it's worth it. It helps bring attention to Ryan's disappearance. That's very hard when you're going through a situation, but I think we're willing to go through anything to help spread awareness for Ryan. She said, we're thankful for social media is getting his name out there no matter what has been going on and what has been said in the media. Ryan's family told Dateline they are not letting up on their search for answers. And this is his flyer. I don't know who to give credit to, unless Tammy's the one that made the flyer, because it doesn't say on there. We feel like somebody has to know something somewhere. He didn't just disappear into thin air, Tammy said, adding that anyone who thinks that they may have seen something should come forward, even if they aren't sure if it's anything of importance. Tell somebody always. It could be the difference in our loved one comes home or not. At the time of his disappearance, Ryan was 5'8" and 125 pounds. He has brown hair and hazel eyes. He was last seen wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and a black zip-up jacket with orange around the collar and the hood. Ryan would be 14 years old today. He turns 15 in June 8th. Anyone with information on Ryan's whereabouts is asked to call the La Vista Police Department at 402-331-1582. Bless his heart. So that's what I was thinking. Like I said, I'm no lawyer by any means, and I'm not an investigator. I am an investigator. But I didn't think that him being pronounced deceased would have anything to do with being able to pursue.
Unless they're going for a wrongful death suit.
A civil
that's
case.
What they're going for. But yeah, a civil case, it doesn't have anything. Yeah.
Hello, true crime community. This is Arctic.
Oh my God, this is one of my first ones again.
I love the first ones as long as they're not mine. Oh, that's what I figured, and you would know. No goddamn Ellenborough alert. Josh is here with the little hobbits, wizards, elves, and orcs. I'm so glad you're here, honey. Not the dirty sheets. You know we got the dirty sheets. We're talking about Ryan Larson right now, Josh. Wait, is there a secretary gave him? Is there where a secretary gave him an umbrella? I've heard that, Doodle. Autism should automatically. It should automatically require an Amber Alert or a Silver Alert, if not an Amber Alert. The umbrella was found near the apartment complex. Oh wow! So it's a possibility he did try to go home. Mm-mm-mm. That doesn't go vigilante credit. Yeah. Lawyers often have to talking online, which wouldn't have happened in this case. Maybe it said lawyers can still do their jobs despite. I agree. And there's the Facebook group. Thank you so much, Arctic, for dropping that. Have the best team and the best damn mods on the planet. Sounds like him after a few gummies. Oh, Lord. Yep, it's him. The secretary said it was raining, and she handed him an umbrella. Wow. Well, then that lady ought to had her ass put behind jars and bars, for that matter. Words are hard tonight, y'all. See, and I'm going to go on a side note here. So this video, Arctic puts together these amazing videos. It has 224 views. It should have thousands of views, but because we don't do drama bullshit or hate channel, we don't get those thousands of views unless I upload a video about an alligator or something completely like stupid. There's Taylor. We covered your cases, ma'am, that you sent us. You missed it. You sent a few videos. Thank you so much. I'm going to run through Arctic's video, and then I'll pull up my sister, and I'll show you guys who Tamara is. Give you a peek into my life. And Drifties.
Fox True Crime. Today I'm bringing you the story of 12-year-old Ryan Larson, who went missing out of La Vista, Nebraska. He went missing from his elementary school back in May, and this case really is not getting the coverage that it deserves. Initially, when he first went missing, yes, it was getting quite a bit of coverage, and the police had done a big news conference and everything. But unfortunately, it seems to have gone cold. Now, Ryan has autism, and so that to me increases the urgency in this case. Um, it's just a sad situation. What seems to have happened is he just walked out of his school and no one has seen him. And apparently, there had been issues with him going missing before, where he was just hiding and could later be found. And so I don't think the case got the urgency it deserved initially until people realized, hey, he's gone for real. We really need to try to find this kid. And the problem is that there is a lot of low-lying waterways near the school where he went missing, and autistic kids tend to be drawn to water. I do know that there was talk where they had been draining the canals and stuff looking for him. They've brought out community search and rescue teams. They had the FBI involved, and he went missing in May. So this is May of 2021. He went missing, and we're in February of 2022. So we're only 3 months shy of a year that Ryan's been gone. And so there's that increased sense of urgency. His parents are completely devastated, as you can imagine. His sister is torn apart. I mean, you can only imagine what these kids are going through. And the problem is that the school that he went missing from did not have any type of surveillance cameras or security video. which I cannot even fathom that in 2021, an elementary school did not have video surveillance or security up. I live in a really small town of 12,000 people, and every school in our district has video surveillance. And this school district is much larger. I think what I was reading said that they had something like, I want to say 16 elementary schools in their district. I know it was a number greater than 10. My school did in my town, we have 5 elementary schools, and they all have video surveillance up. One of the other things that this case has brought forward is that possibly these kids with special needs should wear tracking bracelets. That way, if they do get separated or lost or what have you, it would be easier to locate them, which I think is a phenomenal idea. But yeah, there really hasn't been a lot of coverage on the case recently. I was looking, trying to find anything recent on it, and I just haven't been able to. There's a couple of threads on Twitter where people are trying to keep it going. I know that a couple of YouTube creators have talked about the case, but it's just not in the news or anything. And I find that absolutely remarkable that it's not getting any more attention than what it is. I'm going to see what news articles I can bring up on it. There's the article where they were talking about them installing the cameras and whatnot. This here was a month ago. Let's pull that one up. It's been just over 7 months since 12-year-old Ryan Lawson walked out of La Vista Elementary School and was reportedly never seen or spoken to again. And I apologize, guys. Ads are everywhere today. Let's see here. La Vista police told News 6 that the investigation has slowed significantly, but hasn't completely stopped yet. It's still an active investigation, and it's been a long investigation. Obviously,
7 months since
it's taken them until 2022, said Police Chief Bob Lawson, and he's the one that's really been in the forefront of this investigation. Just bear with me for one moment here, because there is a video trying.
I'm standing in front of my heat track system. The minute it starts to snow or freezing rain, plug them in. I have not shoveled in 3 years.
Hopefully the video will play after this ad, because I think it's a news conference of some sort that the Bob Lawson did.
12-year-old Ryan Larson walked out of his school in La Vista and vanished.
As our Marla Lendak found out, La Vista police continue to work the case.
2021 was a tough year for many, including Ryan Larson's family. They tell me the holiday season without him was hard, and they hope the community will continue to keep him in the front of their minds. La Vista's Police Chief Bob Lawson tells me although the investigation has significantly slowed down, it hasn't stopped. May 17th, 2021 was the last time family and friends say they saw and spoke to 12-year-old Ryan Larson.
It's still an active investigation, and it's been a long investigation. It's taken us into 2022, obviously. We don't know where he's at.
His disappearance has confused community members and the police for months. But Chief Lawson says his department is doing their best to avoid the case going cold.
From day one, we've had challenges with this case, whether it would be locating people.
I really apologize for the suffering.
People getting video in a proper amount of time. people not being forthcoming in their comments with us. Frustrating, challenging, but we're not giving up in an effort to find him.
Since 6 News last spoke with Lawson in August, he says that they have researched some areas and water near where Ryan was last seen. They've also received subpoenas from Google with information on cell data or phone numbers that may have been used at the time he disappeared.
So it's information that's helping us somewhat. But again, anything that we've had so far has not led us to where he's at or who may have caused him harm, if harm was caused.
As the investigation continues, Lawson says the question of if something criminal happened hasn't been ruled out.
As time goes on and you can't, and you don't find any leads, you start to wonder if there was some type of nefarious element with this.
Sparked by Ryan's disappearance, La Vista Police created the Take Me Home program. Families can fill out forms telling police information about their loved ones with disabilities.
So if we get a call someplace of a missing child or a missing adult, we already have most of the information about that person loaded in the CAD system, so our officers can pull that up.
And so far, it's worked.
We've had 2 instances where it actually came into play for us, and we were able to find an 8-year-old that had wandered.
When it comes to Ryan's case, Lawson says there's a reality that may need to be faced, but that anything is possible.
We're hoping that Ryan is somewhere, he's still out there, and we're going to try to bring him home.
On your side in La Vista, Marlo Lundak, 6 News.
La Vista police say that if you have a tip or know something about Ryan's case or his whereabouts, call Sarpy County Crime Stoppers, and that number is 402-592-7867.
Now,
So they are still working on the case, obviously. It's sad that it's taken almost a year and we still haven't found Ryan. And we really don't know what happened in this case because he could have just walked out of the school, although I can't fathom that at a school where you've got teachers and students everywhere. 11-year-old kid at the time would just be able to walk out with no one seeing anything. That kind of blows my mind. And if that was the case, that he just walked out, there's a couple of failures on the school's part, honestly. The failure to have security cameras there in the first place, and the failure to keep Ryan protected while he was in a school environment. That's a major issue in my mind. But they've been looking, they've brought the community involved, and the community's been real active in the searches for him. The FBI has been involved, the state police have been involved. Experts were brought in to look at the possibility of him possibly being placed in a dumpster or being taken to a landfill, but there's been no evidence of that. So they've looked at all the angles, but they haven't ruled anything out. The police chief says that he doesn't know if it was a walkaway or if he was abducted or if someone caused him harm, it's that uncertainty that drives both the law enforcement as well as the family crazy. They're doing the best they can to avoid the case getting cold, but at this, when you've gone 8 months into an investigation and no real leads have popped up, you're certainly running into some roadblocks there. And of course, the police chief said he knew that there were going to be challenges with the case, whether it was locating people or getting video, which obviously in this case there is none, or people just not being forthright from the beginning. In this particular case, although I don't think the law enforcement had that sense of urgency as soon as they should have, due to some issues with Ryan hiding in the past and just quickly being found, I do feel like they are putting forth a strong effort to try to find him. There's been several ground searches conducted. They've searched the wooded areas. They've drained some canals. and looked in the waterways. You know, they're doing everything they can to try to find this boy. You know, there's been some subpoenas from Google, from what I understand, trying to ping cell phones that may have been used in that area at that time. So, you know, they're not ruling anything out. It could have been a simple walk away, or something criminal may have taken place. But you know, as time goes by, like the police chief says, you know, it's looking more and more like some type of nefarious element is involved when you don't find any leads. But he hasn't ruled anything out at this point. And of course, they talk about that Take Me Home project that they were talking about in the video. I think that's phenomenal. I'm glad that something positive has come out of this. You know, you've got to find the silver linings where you can when you cover these cases. Otherwise, it's just mentally draining when you cover case after case after case like this, and it's nothing but negativity. So you grasp on to every silver lining you can. And of course, they had 2 incidents where that program came into place, and they were actually able to find the people. When asked if he thought that Ryan could still be alive, the police chief said it's a difficult question to answer because, you know, he said, I don't know. Hope would say that's what our finality should be. We should be able to find him alive, but without a sign, without anything as it goes, there's a reality that may come into play, he says. We hope for the best. The worst could possibly happen, but our intent is to find him and find where he's at and what happened to him. And if somebody did something to him, find out who did it. So, you know, this case really needs the attention, guys. You know, as always, you know, the reason why we make these videos is to get the faces of these kids out there, and especially the ones that aren't getting the coverage that they necessarily deserve. We all hope that Ryan's out there somewhere, and hopefully he'll be brought home safely. If you have any information regarding Ryan or regarding the case, you can call the Sarpy County Crime Stoppers at 402-592-7867. Again, that is the Sarpy County Crime Stoppers at 402-592-7867. As always, guys, I appreciate you stopping by my channel and watching the video. It helps to get Ryan's face out there. If you would be so kind, give the video a like, hit that red subscribe button, ring that bell so that you get the notifications when I post a video regarding these missing children, and share the video, most importantly, so that we can get Ryan's face out there, so that we can try to bring Ryan home. Thank you once again. As always, I love you guys, and I'll see you in the next one.
Excellent as always.
No, I finally can crawl out of the hole that I've been hiding in the whole time that video played. But what's really concerning for me more than anything,
I thought it was
What's
good.
going on, guys? This is ArcticFox. Welcome back to the channel today.
I give
We are
a
going to
public
look at
service
another
announcement.
case that I've previously covered on this channel. It's been almost.
I give a public service announcement. If you're going to go and you're going to look at any of Mom's early videos, be prepared.
oh my gosh, I cringe so bad every time one of mine from when I first started playing, and it makes me wonder how my channel ever grew. But, you know, what really bothers me about Ryan's case is his umbrella was found really close to his apartment complex, which makes me think it was both. It was a fleeing the school situation and that he was possibly abducted because he made it almost to the apartment complex and they found the umbrella. It's almost like someone snatched him up and he dropped the umbrella as they snatched him.
Yep. And you would think the apartment complex would have some kind of CCTV too.
You would think.
Stoplight cameras, those been around for a long time. Hell, in Nashville, if you was smoking a joint at a stoplight, they would pull you over at the next one. So I don't want to hear that those didn't exist either. That's bullshit, to put it nicely. And I agree, Drifty. Why wasn't he monitored by special ed teachers? Absolutely. Arctic, you do great. We all can't be Doodle and come out here and look all professional in our first videos. Look, Nicole, Stolen Spirits, MMIWG says she thought it was great, Arctic. It was great. Like I said, I love watching the first videos as long as it's not mine, because mine, like when I'm talking about a case, I'm bringing a case back out. I'm like, I did a video on that. And then I'm sitting here and I'm watching the video and I'm going, oh, no, I'm not pulling that up. I'm not even going to tell anybody it's there.
Yeah, I'm going to have to start thinking about that before I drop my videos in back chat.
I'll just go hunt for them. Josh, how good is your stories? The early videos helping me feel better about starting a channel. Josh, I always tell everybody, you gotta grab the bull by the horns, and you just gotta make the video. But be warned, don't be me and think if you do a video at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, nobody's gonna see it, because that's how we ended up with Fart. Because she would come in my videos at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning because of the time difference in Australia. So be warned,
Yep.
You're not going to be alone in there in your first lives if you do them in the middle of the night.
Yep, because you'll get people from the UK, from Germany, from Australia, all watching you from all hours of the day because the time change is completely different over there. So.
So you're not going to weasel your way out of nobody being in your first few lives. And then you got people like me that don't sleep. So I be in your bushes too. Oh, Brady's in here. Brady, thank you so much for coming in. We are showing you so much love and support, and thank you and thank your team for everything that you're doing. We appreciate you guys. Again, if you're not subbed up to Stolen Spirits, please go sub up to that channel. Much like our real crime team over here, they're doing a team as well, a team effort. They had their very first live last night. Please make sure that you go and watch that video. It's a little bit over an hour long, but it's definitely worth watching, and give them a sub. Like I said, let's get them up there to like 500. If we can push. If you're on Replay Crew, please grab the link. I'll make sure the link is in the description of the video as well. It'll also be in the replay chat. Definitely go give them a sub and show them some love, because they're doing amazing things, and we're here to support anyone that is here for the right reasons and is advocating the correct way. We did our first one last night. We felt the same way. You gotta start somewhere. You might as well just do it. Break the ice. It's not as bad as you think. Absolutely. Very well said, Nicole. Sending you so much love. Thank you so much for being here. And I'll grab your guys' link again here while I let the video play. So this one is from 9 months ago. So we get to see professional Arctic on point in this one, as he always is. Turn my camera off so it doesn't glitch on us.
This is ArcticFox. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are going to look at another case that I've previously covered on this channel. It's been almost 3 years since 11-year-old Ryan Larson seemingly vanished from his elementary school in La Vista, Nebraska. Ryan has not been seen or heard from since the 17th of May, 2021. Ryan loved to play hide and seek. The 11-year-old could spend hours hiding in small places and waiting for someone to go find him. But on Monday, May 17th, 2021, Ryan slipped away from his elementary school in La Vista, Nebraska, when he was left alone in a classroom at around 11:45 a.m. It was likely that Ryan decided to hide somewhere, but no one has been able to find him, and Ryan never made it home, and he's not been seen or heard from since that time. Ryan was last seen walking away from La Vista West Elementary School in the direction of his home. A surveillance camera at a local business located across the street from his apartment caught him walking by at around 2 p.m., but his trail was lost when he escaped the view of the camera. And investigators were unable to find any additional footage for him any additional footage of Ryan. It's important to point out that the elementary school did not have surveillance cameras at the time of Ryan's disappearance, which is a huge liability. I mean, we're talking about 2021, guys. By that time, almost every elementary school across the country had cameras of some sort up, but not his elementary school. And that, I think, is a huge liability for that school. Annette Iman, the director of communications for the Papillion La Vista School District, told reporters that a teacher had noticed Ryan was missing about 5 minutes after he had been left alone, and a search of the school had taken place, but they had been unable to find Ryan. And since there were no surveillance cameras in the school, they weren't able to determine exactly where he had gone, but they did realize that he was no longer on school property. An administrator did call Ryan's mother, and they also contacted the police department, and the police brought canine units. They also conducted another search of the school to make sure that Ryan wasn't simply hiding somewhere in the school. They did even use thermal imaging to try to eliminate the possibility that Ryan was in the building's ductwork. But by 10 p.m. that night, they were confident that Ryan was not anywhere on the school's campus. Detectives with the La Vista Police Department say that Ryan had a history of running away, but because he had autism and a seizure disorder, he was considered to be at risk, and they launched a large-scale search to try to find him. La Vista Police Chief Bob Lawston says that they have not found any evidence that Ryan had been abducted, and they believed that he was still in the immediate area. They said that they'd had instances of at least a half a dozen where he has run away and they've tried to find him, and that Ryan was probably fearful. Now, he does take medication, or he took medication that he didn't have with him at the time of his disappearance. So Ryan has been without his medication now, guys, for almost 3 years. Investigators told reporters that Ryan had used his iPad to search for how to hide from police and how to avoid being spotted before he disappeared. He had also watched a couple of YouTube videos about hiding underground. Other than searching the internet, he didn't seem to make any concrete plans to disappear, and he didn't take any of his belongings with him. He didn't pack any food or water. La Vista Police Captain Jimmy Kinsey says that Ryan's high functioning, but said that he didn't like when people, especially strangers, spoke to him. Ryan was known to hide in some of the oddest spots. He could very well be watching the world right now, laughing at us. But he's, according to law enforcement, Ryan could be playing the ultimate game of hide and seek. But the problem is that it's been 3 years, guys. If Ryan was literally hiding out there somewhere, someone should have seen him by now, you would think. I think that there's a good possibility that this young man may have been abducted. We don't know, though. Police expanded the search, covering the entire city of La Vista on foot with drones and helicopters, but Ryan wasn't likely to be out in the open if he did like to hide. Investigators congregated near a manhole where people had reported hearing noises, but they didn't find any sign of Ryan. The Public Works Department allowed police to use one of their sewer cameras to look down other manholes and drains, but again, the search came up empty. A man thought that he had seen Ryan near La Vista Library and posted about the potential sighting on social media, but that was quickly brought to the attention of investigators, and they immediately flooded the library and the area, but they could not confirm that Ryan had been there. Police were growing extremely worried about Ryan's safety. They weren't sure if he had access to food or water, and they decided to expand the search to areas outside of La Vista. They asked residents to check their properties for any sign of Ryan. Volunteers were told to make sure they didn't wander onto private property during the search, because obviously they wanted to make sure that these volunteers were safe. They didn't want anyone's dog biting anyone or anything like that. As the investigation entered its third day, La Vista police realized they needed additional resources to try to find this young man. They did bring in the Omaha Police Department and the Nebraska State Patrol to help in the search. And officials also asked for the assistance of the FBI and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Chief Lawson told reporters that they were doing everything they could to try to find this young man, but there's no playbook for an 11-year-old autistic child that likes to run away. And, there's hope out there that Ryan was hiding somewhere or close to his home. Neighbors had set up tables with water, Gatorade, and snacks in their yards and driveways. They left notes for Ryan, urging him to go home, assuring him that he wouldn't be in any kind of trouble. La Vista police asked for volunteers to assist in searching the Walnut Creek Recreation Area, which is a 450-acre park in nearby Papillion, Nebraska, that included a 105-acre reservoir. Volunteers walked along all the paths in the recreation area, but found nothing to indicate that Ryan was hiding there. They searched Hell Creek in Sarpy County, but again, had no luck there. Police canvassed the apartment complex where Ryan lived. They handed out missing person flyers and asked residents for permission to search their apartments. A La Vista police officer noted that, they had to look at this as a possible criminal matter. It's just, but they also felt like it was just a little boy playing hide and seek. But could Ryan have gotten into trouble? Also, they hadn't found any evidence to suggest that Ryan had been a victim of foul play, but as the days went by without any sign of him, they certainly couldn't rule out the possibility of foul play. One officer told reporters that he had gotten to know Ryan quite well over the past 2 years. Ryan had wandered from home multiple times, but usually was found close to his apartment. Ryan was known as a good kid, and obviously the entire town came together. They were worried about Ryan's safety and his well-being. We're talking about an 11-year-old who had cognitive challenges brought on by his disabilities. At Ryan's elementary school, counselors were on hand in case any students or staff members wanted to talk about the situation. This is every parent's worst nightmare, guys. And it's hard to remain optimistic when your child goes missing or when one of your friends or family members go missing. By early Friday morning, the Friday after Ryan disappeared, La Vista police said they didn't need any more volunteers because they had more than 200 officers from various agencies actively searching for Ryan. Officers or officials with the department said that if anyone still wanted to help out, they could make a donation to the Salvation Army of Omaha, which had been providing food and drinks for the search teams. On Friday morning, police did return to the Walnut Creek Reservation or recreation area, blocking off the entrance so no cars could enter. Ryan had visited this area with his family in the past, and officials thought it may be possible that Ryan was hiding there as he was comfortable with the area. But they didn't have any luck in finding him there either, obviously. The FBI says that they've had missing kids with autism that have been out for 7 days and been found alive and everything's okay, which at this point, Ryan had only been missing for around 7 days. A dive team from Omaha spent time using sonar to search Walnut Creek Lake, according to authorities. They entered the water whenever they spotted anything that they felt was abnormal. Investigators assured reporters that they hadn't found any indication that Ryan had entered the water, but they wanted to be as thorough as possible. Tracking dogs were also brought in to see if they could pick up Ryan's scent in the recreation area. Chief Lawson said that he is worried that Ryan tried to hide in a small space somewhere and ended up getting stuck. He noted that many of La Vista's officers had interacted with Ryan in the past, and they were all desperate to try to find him. The search continued throughout the weekend, and Ryan still remained missing. Officials with the Papio, Missouri Natural Resources District said that they were going to lower the water level of Walnut Creek to make it easier for search teams to complete their search of it. By the following Monday, investigators said that they were focusing their search on areas near Walnut Creek, where 3 different K9 units indicated they had picked up a scent trail. Police Chief Lawson cautioned reporters not to read too much into the findings of the search dogs, noting the scent they alerted on could be animal, human, or otherwise. By the time the physical search of Walnut Creek was concluded, more than 35 agencies had taken part in the hunt for Ryan. Dive teams, K9 units, drones, helicopters, and hundreds of police officers had failed to find any trace of Ryan Larson. At a loss of where to search next, investigators once again asked for businesses and homeowners in the La Vista area to review any surveillance camera footage for signs of Ryan. Officials confirmed that the only confirmed sightings of Ryan had been on the day that he vanished. He had shown up on one business's surveillance camera at 2 p.m., and a resident of the Southfield apartment saw him around the same time. Where he went after that remains a mystery to this day. Officials held a press conference on the 28th of May, 2021, to update the public about search efforts. And they noted that Ryan's family members had been completely cooperative in the investigation and asked the press to respect their privacy as they were having a hard time dealing with his disappearance. Although they didn't specifically say that they thought Ryan was dead, they did ask people to alert police if they noticed any unusual smells. Chief Lawson said detectives had interviewed over 50 people, but still didn't know what had happened to Ryan, and they were considering every possible scenario, including foul play. They did start to look at some of the sex offenders who lived in the area where Ryan went missing. Somebody has to know what happened to Ryan, and someone has to know where he went. Children don't just disappear, guys. They don't just vanish off the face of the earth. On the 1st of June, 2021, police started focusing.
Arctic, I about jumped out of my damn computer chair. I thought we was having nuclear outbreak.
That was the alarm so that I could wake Sleeping Beauty up to go to work and do his job.
Like, what the hell? I'm glad my camera wasn't on. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys all for being here. And thank you, Arctic, for these amazing videos. Sorry, I had to chime in and let y'all know I about jumped out of the chair.
On the area surrounding Ryan's apartment building. Around 80 investigators from several different agencies canvassed the neighborhood, speaking with Ryan's neighbors and combing through a number of wooded areas that dotted the city. Police Chief Lawson admitted that there had been very few leads, and investigators were looking for any small piece of evidence that could point them in a new direction. Unfortunately, none of the neighbors reported seeing anything unusual. Ryan should have been celebrating his 12th birthday on the 8th of June, 2021. The La Vista community gathered together on that day to honor Ryan. This is such a sad story, guys. Residents wanted to do something to make sure that Ryan knew that he was loved. They wanted him to know when he came home that he was going to have a bunch of cards to open up, and how many people had been thinking about him, how many had been looking for him. Ryan's mother, Tammy, attended the event, but it was too emotional for her to make a public statement, obviously. When the investigation entered its second month, Chief Lawson told reporters that detectives were still following all leads. He could be a walkaway. He could have been abducted. He could have been with a familiar person, but the law enforcement officers at that point just didn't know. Personally, I find it very difficult to see this young man just simply walking away, stuck. On the 28th of June, 2021, investigators confirmed that an umbrella that Ryan had with him when he left school was found by a resident of the Southfield apartment complex just a few days after Ryan went missing. The resident had turned the umbrella over to police immediately, and they sent it out for forensic testing. Ryan's DNA was found on it. The find seemed to confirm that Ryan had made it back to his apartment complex after he left school grounds. So he would have been unable to get into his apartment at that time, though, as no one was home and he didn't have his own key. Months went by, and the investigation into Ryan's disappearance seemed to stall. In September, Ryan's mother and his two older sisters spoke about the case for the first time, and Tammy said that she had left Ryan's room exactly the same as it had been when he left for school the morning that he went missing. She said that she goes in there sometimes just to sit because it still smells like Ryan. Tammy obviously was struggling to disappear with her son's disappearance. She said her son was a sweet boy who was shy to be around, or who was shy around people. And he did often run and hide when he got frustrated about something, but he would always return within an hour or so. That is until the 17th of May. She said she knew within 3 hours that something was completely different. This isn't like before. Something has happened to Ryan, aside from him just taking off from school. The family has been extremely grateful for the support that they've gotten from the community. They've praised all the people who have volunteered countless hours to look for Ryan, but they're still desperate to keep Ryan's case in the public eye. You know, at this point, it's been 3 years, and it is starting to lose its focus. It's faded away in light of some of the more recent cases, such as Caleb Harris and Sebastian Rogers, that are now the spotlight. Ryan was the youngest of Tammy's 4 children and her only son. He had a big imagination. He liked to help people, but his autism caused him to have fits of anxiety, and he didn't handle stress well. He had also been diagnosed with epilepsy and Tourette syndrome, and he took medication for both conditions, which, again, he did not have at the time of his disappearance. In January of 2022, Chief Lawson admitted that the investigation into Ryan's disappearance had slowed down, but he did say the detectives were still following up on the few tips they received. It's still an active investigation, and it's a long investigation, and you know, they still don't know if Ryan had wandered off or been abducted, and they had no evidence to suggest if he was even still with us. At the first anniversary of Ryan's disappearance, his family said they were still holding out hope that he would somehow be found alive. Chief Lawson, however, said he believed that Ryan had been abducted by someone he knew. Ryan was big for his age, standing at 5 foot 8 inches tall and easily agitated. And from what we know, he wouldn't have gone without a fight, according to Chief Lawson. He didn't think a stranger would have been able to abduct Ryan without someone noticing, but he would have gone willingly with someone that he did know. Tammy agreed that Ryan usually wouldn't have accepted a ride with a stranger, but pointed out that Ryan might have been desperate that day. He was already upset enough to leave the school, and he knew that his police buddies would be calling and looking for him. He knows his mom would be looking for him, and it was raining, and he didn't like rain. So if someone pulled up and said, "Get in and I'll help you," his mother feels like Ryan absolutely would have hopped in the car. In January of 2023, Tammy filed a petition to have Ryan declared legally dead. She said that she did this because she intended to sue the school district for leaving him unsupervised and allowing him to leave the school grounds. But in order to do this, she needed a death certificate. Tammy said she believed her son was dead as a result of negligence on the part of the school district employees. And I kind of understand this. However, I do feel that less than 2 years of your son being missing and going to the point of having him declared dead, basically giving up hope that your son is out there alive somewhere, I've got some issues with that. I've got to side-eye that a little bit. In Nebraska, missing persons can be presumed to be dead after they've been missing for 5 years. And again, at this point, it's been less than 2, and Tammy's already trying to have Ryan declared deceased. And I get that she wants to hold the school district accountable. I absolutely feel like they should be held accountable. I don't know why you would have to have a death certificate to hold the school district accountable for the disappearance of this young man, though. Tammy noted that Ryan would be unable to survive on his own without his medications. And police had said that the search for Ryan was now considered a recovery effort because they believed that Ryan was deceased. In her petition to the court, Tammy stated that Ryan was exposed to a specific peril or tragedy resulting in probable death under the circumstances, and that may be proved by clear and convincing evidence. On the 27th of April, 2023, a judge denied Tammy's petition to have her son declared deceased, stating that he didn't believe there was enough evidence to prove that Ryan was deceased. And if nothing changes in the case, Ryan can be declared legally dead in May of 2026. It's unclear if Tammy will seek further action against the school district at that time. Ryan was just 11 years old when he vanished from La Vista, Nebraska on the 21st of May, in May of 2021. Ryan, who had autism and epilepsy, as well as Tourette syndrome, walked away from his elementary school because he was left unsupervised in a classroom. And because this classroom and this school did not have cameras, I think they should be held responsible for this disappearance. And despite all the search effort, the only thing that's ever been found related to Ryan was his umbrella, which was discovered near his apartment building. Ryan has hazel eyes and brown hair. And at the time that he disappeared, he was 5'8" tall and weighed 125 pounds. Ryan was last known to be wearing blue jeans, a black and gray hooded sweatshirt, and black New Balance sneakers. He does tend to be quiet around strangers, and he enjoys hiding from people. But he had a good relationship with many of the police officers in La Vista. If you have information about Ryan Larson or his whereabouts, please contact the La Vista Police Department at 402-331-1582. And that is what we know to date on the disappearance of Ryan Larson. Guys, I can't tell you how upsetting it is that the school didn't have cameras and that they just let an 11-year-old autistic child walk off. And he didn't just suffer from autism. He had seizures. He had several medical issues. And all we've had come forward in this case is an umbrella. And that small little clip of surveillance footage from a business. It's disappointing, guys. I kind of agree with Ryan's mother, Tammy, that if he didn't like rain and whatnot, he may have gotten into a car with a stranger. But I also kind of have to side-eye the fact that Tammy was trying to have him declared dead after less than 2 years. And you know that I am one of the first people not to throw shade at parents without anything to back it up. I'm just saying you do have to kind of side-eye that a bit. I don't know why you would have to have your son declared dead to try to take legal action against the school that he went missing from and try to hold them liable for that. What I do know is that someone out there has to know something about what happened to this little boy. Kids don't just vanish into thin air. And I think that part of the issue was initially that law enforcement believed that he just ran away because he did have a history of running away. So, every child over the age of 10 gets stamped a runaway, especially when they have a history of running away. So if Ryan had actually been abducted, if there had actually been an Amber Alert placed for Ryan, as soon as the police were notified of his disappearance, there's a good possibility that Ryan would have been found and that he would have been reunited with his family, in my opinion, which is why it's so important that we do get Amber Alerts out for every missing child, regardless of the circumstances. This is a prime example of that. But guys, I'm asking you that if you do know anything, make that phone call to law enforcement, give them a call. You may think that what you know is insignificant, but sometimes it's that one small tip that breaks a case like this wide open. And at this point, where we're 3 years in, what's it going to hurt? Call that tip in if you know something. Maybe it can make all the difference in bringing this little boy home to his family. That number for the La Vista Police, again, is 402-331-1582. In the meantime, what I need all of you to do is I need you to give this video a like. It does help more people to hear Ryan's story, see his face. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel, certainly click that subscribe button and ring that notification bell. That way you'll always be alerted whenever I do a deep dive into a case like this. But the most important thing that I'm needing for everyone to do right now is to share the video out. Click that share button. Share this to your Facebook, your Twitter, your Instagram, wherever you have social media. It only takes a second of your time to do, and it can make all the difference in the world in whether we're able to find Ryan and bring him home safe or not. As always, guys, I do want to thank you so much for tuning in and watching. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Y'all be kind to one another out there, and let's bring this little boy home to his family.
Amazing video. Again, thank you, Arctic. Freaking rock
Well,
star.
aside from the alarm going
guys,
off and everyone thinking we were going to nuclear war.
I'm like all into it, listening. And all of a sudden I was like, oh shit, what the hell? Y'all know I'm in Florida. This place is unpredictable. I don't know what the hell's going on. If you haven't already signed this petition, this is ArcticFox's Amber Alert reform. It needs reform. It needs standardized. We need Amber Alerts across the board. You guys know how I feel about those 2 words. Arctic, the whole team feels the same way about them. I heard the same. Guys, you guys know that I'm very picky about who I support and who I share. But what I listened to on the live last night in MMIWG, they're doing the damn thing for the same causes. Runaway and vanished are 2 words that I absolutely despise hearing. Because when a child or a teenager gets tagged a runaway, they lose instantly all of that attention. People are, oh, it's a runaway. Law enforcement, oh, it's a runaway. So definitely, if you haven't already signed this petition, please sign this petition. And yeah, I understand that the lawyers want a sure thing, but like I was saying when we read the article, Don't Dox Me, is in a civil suit, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm an investigator, I don't see how they would have needed that. And again, we don't victim shame, we don't family shame, we trust the family, we stand with the family unless law enforcement gives us a reason not to. But I have to question that. Having him declared dead, people don't understand that when you have somebody declared dead, do you know what they have to go through? You don't just go to the judge and say, I'm not dead. You have to go through so much shit because you have an obituary, your social security number, like all of those things. You're deceased. Vital statistics writes up the death certificate and you're deceased.
Exactly. I mean, how do you prove that you're alive? It's not like you get issued a rebirth certificate, and it's so hard because we've seen it happen in other cases where people have been declared dead, and it is so hard for them to get their life back because every article that they have that proves their identity is null and void at that point because of the death certificate that's been issued.
Exactly. And here recently, what have we have? Three or four cases of people that have been gone for 20 or more years that were found in one situation or another. Imagine what they're having to go through because the 5-year thing. And I believe if Far's still in here, she can correct me if I'm wrong. She might have went to do the cats. In Australia, it's 5 years as well. And normally their stuff's a little different than ours. But one of the cases that we're going to be talking about on Aussie Sunday, when Far comes up and we cover our Australian cases again, is going to be a case that I covered way back on the beginning of the channel. And we're going to revisit that case as well. And she is going to be able to do what she did last Sunday and give us insight on that case. But 5 years missing, and they're declared dead. And I don't agree with that. That's just my opinion. We all know what opinions are. Brady says, oh my God, Arctic, I feel the same way. I said the same thing last night. It drives me crazy. It does me too. I cannot stand the word vanished, and I cannot stand the word runaway. Those are two stamps that just absolutely, I want to set them on fire. They first mentioned a janitor from the school. Not sure anyone is ruled out. Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you, Crime Curious, for being here. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Thank you for being here. Guys, I dropped Crime Curious's link. Say it all the time, ready even to testify to the state legislature. Important Amber Alerts every missing child. Yeah, absolutely. Our Fox does rock. He's our ArcticFox, except on Tuesdays, and then he's our fox in a box. No one's rolled out as a person of interest. Right, absolutely. Alert. Sick of filing and organizing. I need a break. Aw, well, come break with us. Leslie and Billy's in the house. Thank you so much for being here. It's always great to see you, my love. Thank you guys again for being in here. And I went ahead and I put them in the Nightbot. I think Doodle doesn't like the Nightbot. Arctic doesn't generally use the Nightbot. They like to drop manual links, but I did put them in the Nightbot, their channel. Please subscribe if you haven't already. If you're on Replay Crew, please make sure you just subscribe to Stolen Spirits, ArcticFox, Doodlebug, Kimber Crimes. Also, Kimber puts a lot of missing posters on her community wall as well. We haven't quite got her to where she'll go live yet. She keeps coming up with the, I don't know where my laptop is, but don't think I don't stay on her to find the laptop. Thank you so much for signing the petition, Nicole. We definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, Nicole,
An investigator.
Even with adults, they say, as an adult, you have a right to leave without telling anyone. But when a family says this isn't typical behavior, they should start. I agree 110% with you, Nicole, because the problem is that these missing adults, the reason why they're not taking a lot of these cases seriously is if they have any history of prostitution, any drug addiction, anything like that, or unless they're a blonde-haired, blue-eyed socialite from the good part of town, they don't care that the person is missing.
Exactly. And if you have any history of drug addiction or even a rough life, good luck trying to get somebody to listen. I sent you an email, Tater. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. What are we talking about? I'm late. Granddaughter Oakley. Well, you tell Granddaughter Oakley we said hello. And we are doing our Not Forgotten Friday, Leslie, where we go back and we cover cases that are not trending. That's why the title says not hashtag trending in it, because the algorithm and YouTube hates my channel. But I wanted to make that this is our Not Forgotten Friday series that we're doing, and we're circling back as any good investigator does. You circle back to cases. We're bringing those cases back to light that maybe haven't had attention, or like the case that we looked at last Friday of Danielle Bell, cases that just 8 days before we did the live had their first national media. As an adult, you have the right to leave without telling anyone. The family says it isn't typical behavior. They should start investigating. I agree, Nicole, and so does, I think that's across the board. Thank you so much for being here, Leslie. You guys know I appreciate you. It is hard for us because they always don't put Native American on the papers when they change it. Yep. It's like my daughter, my stepdaughter, she's biracial. and it frustrates the hell out of her. She absolutely is very proud of the fact that she's biracial. Her mom is Jamaican, and a lot of times, like her school paperwork or stuff like that, it'll come back and it'll say white on it, and she's like, "I'm not white. Why did they put white?" It's frustrating as hell. You've been live for 3 hours, which means 270 people have gone missing during this live. Yep. Thank you, Doodle, for this statistic, which is very true and sad all at the same time. What petition I'll send? ArcticFox's petition for reform. I'll drop it again. 270. Just let that sink in. Yep. And who cares what their history is? They're a right person and foremost, they matter too. Exactly, Nicole. And that's why we do what we do, is we don't discriminate against anybody, walk of life, race, color, your choice of employment. We don't discriminate against anybody. We share all cases, every case. And we heard Gabby Petito's dad put it the best, and I always go back to that when he was speaking, and he said the missing white girl syndrome, and that sits in the back of my head. It sits right here. So I try to make sure that when we do cases, and when I cover cases, or even the team covers cases, we cover a variety of cases. It could be missing, murdered, cold cases, graphic cases, like cases that nobody else wants to touch. I'm not monetized. I won't never be monetized. I don't think any of our team is monetized. So I'll do what I want over here. And what's YouTube going to do? Shadow ban my video? I'll just share it all over social media.
Yeah, I refuse to water down my language to meet YouTube's monetization standards, for one thing. I'm going to call a spade a spade. If someone's murdered, I'm going to say they're murdered. If someone's raped, I'm going to say they're raped. I'm not going to use this S-aid and unalived bullshit just to please the YouTube gods.
Do you know I had to explain to Thistle what unalived meant? She was like, "What is unalived?" And I explained it to her. I was like, "Thistle, unalived is a YouTube terminology for murder." She was like, "Oh, that's not good." Yeah, that's not good, sis. And for those of you guys that don't know, if you're in the Discord, if you come into the Discord, Thistle's our AI bot. She can be a little sassy. But hopefully... Love you, Dutchie. Thank you so much for being in here. If you guys are not subbed up to Dutchess, please make sure that you sub up to Dutchess as well. Love you, ArcticFox. I've been laying here listening. I appreciate all of y'all for doing awareness is paramount. Thank you for everyone. And guys, Dutchie is amazing. She has 999,000 things going on and a broken hand. And the woman still did the damn thing and had Missing Poster Monday, which was phenomenal as always. Dutchie is another good channel. She is an amazing human being, an amazing channel, an amazing person. She makes flyers. She does interviews. She does videos. Like, great advocate. Amazing advocate. Making sure I made it through everybody. I'm on the however, I still say the words all the time. It is what it is. The commercials and ads control the rules in YouTube. Yeah, and I don't care. They can keep their damn AdSense. I've got too much of a rough mouth when I get up here and get on my soapbox. And like Arctic said, I'm not going to sit here and say somebody was graped because they're not fruit. Y'all do so very much for the missing. I'm missing family member. I would come to you first, not YouTube, but all God bless. Thank you so much. I know if I was missing, I have an amazing group of people that would make such of a stink. Somebody would come look for my ass. Thank you, Drifty, for dropping Dutchie.
Shit, if I go a day without posting on my channel, I have the world out threatening to call the FBI looking for me.
And people threatening to order air tags off Amazon. Do, 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 do. I've been pushing out flyers all day today. I appreciate each and every one of you that wants to be a part of the team. It takes a village. It does take a village, Dutchie, and we love you and we appreciate everything you do. And I know that telling you to rest and take a break is like talking to this damn cabinet over here. She's not going to take a break. Dutchie is the bomb, Phil. And I'm so sorry you had to bury a cat tonight, Phil. The YouTube gods. You guys know Arctic. Yeah, I'd have a whole team out here looking for me. they'd make such a stink all over all social media platforms. Dutchess says I'm like a machine. Arctic says I've seen Dutchy. I've been trying to get them all shared. No, he can't get no time alone because we be worried about him. We be all messaging him, texting him, calling. Are you okay? Where you at? I had to take my mom to the doctor. Oh, well, you didn't let none of us know. We was worried. We didn't know what happened to you. I'll play our investigator real quick, and then I'm going to show you guys some videos of my sister. Where's our investigator? Because we are not investigators. We are not detectives. We are not law enforcement. Doodle is retired law enforcement. We are investigators. And for those of you guys that are new to the channel, this is a drama-free channel. We don't do any drama over here. We keep it strictly about the facts. We do barely lives once a week. Those are decompression lives for those of y'all that are new to the channel, or it could be on replay crew. Our decompression lives are because we deep dive these cases. And when you dive, you have to come up slowly, because if you don't come up slowly, your blood fills with oxygen and you get the bends. So we decompress, and I call them barely alives because generally by midweek, I'm spent and it's barely alive. But we do have a lot of fun, and we watch funny TikTok videos, and we kind of let our hair down and have some good, wholesome fun over here. I was pretty sure we scarred Mr. Steve the other night. We did not, however. He hung into the end of the live. I was very proud of him. And there's our Mikey. Who spits? Who spits? Did I miss somebody? What did I miss? Yeah, it just puts too much. It just puts too much rules on your channel, and I don't like it. Sometimes I get up here and we get passionate over here, and you might hear some adult language, and I don't want to have to go and edit out 3 minutes of a video because we're up here on a good rant that probably was something really passionate that needed to be heard. You're a real machine.
Speak for yourself. I don't use those no words.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Just like Doodle's innocent. Both of yous. Don't play with me.
I'm a sweet, good Catholic altar boy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, bullshit. Bullshit. I'm like the Catholic altar boy from Phil's video that night that took me an hour to edit out. Phil, I'd find you, Mom. I'm only 3 hours away. Well, thank you, Critical. Yes, we are investigators. We are investigators. I have a t-shirt somewhere that has an investigator on it, and then Doodle has an investigator cup, and we'll have investigator stickers at the car show. Drifty showed us some of the cool stuff that she's sending down for the car show as well. And then I have something else that's being made for the car show. I don't know if I have the blessing to show it to you guys. Damn it, Craig, right? I'm getting that shirt made. Drifty, if you're in the background. What'd you say? No, Mom? You're not supposed to put that up? Not supposed to put what up? What did I do, Mikey? I subbed up to everyone. If I missed you, please let me know. Well, thank you so much for subbing up to everybody. We appreciate it. And you guys all sub up to Stolen Spirits, MMIG, please, and thank you if you will. Share their channel out. Let's get them grown. Oh, that's going to leave a mark. I don't know what I was supposed to share. What was I not supposed to share, Mikey? Mikey wouldn't let me take pictures of him the night at the vigil, or I would have pictures of him. It's great because it can play on your emotions sometimes. Yes, it can really play on your emotions, and it gets really heavy. And like everybody here on the team, that we all work together, we deal with a lot of families. And like Miss Barbara, Timmy's legacy that's in chat, she is a mother of a man that was murdered and was found. He was missing and found, and trying to get justice for him. So we have a lot of our families that actually come into chat And we deal one-on-one with a lot of families, and that can get really heavy on you. So I always try to do the Barely Alives. You played the wrong song. I don't know how you keep up, take care of your mom, your hubby, and all the friends' channels missing a while. Yeah, he is a machine. I don't know how he does either. I got paid, so I need to get my Tumblr. All right. We made Dutchie a design too. Drifty's here. She says, I'm here. She's in the bushes. She's probably still working on channel merch to hand out at the car show. Much love to everyone. Much love to Arctic. Mikey, you still didn't tell me what I wasn't supposed to play. Did you say this is your sister, Mighty Monsters? Yes, this is my sister. Drifty's one of my sisters. She was on panel earlier. And then this is my other sister. Her name's Tamara. She's a whole mess. Called me out for real, for real. What? I don't know what I did to you, Mikey. Okay, nothing. I was being silly. You have me all worried over here. I was like, what the hell did I show that I wasn't supposed to show? Justice for Timmy, absolutely. I'm working if you want to see. I don't know what that means. The spit comment. Oh, I wasn't supposed to show the spit comment because anything else I wasn't supposed to show. You know, I didn't do it.
Let's
I
see,
didn't
I
do
don't
it.
know. Let me think. Let me knock on Mr. Naughty. Who could trick us into doing that? Who could trick us into doing that? Satan! Satan!
Because y'all know it wasn't me. Y'all know damn good and well it wasn't me. It's like that song. It wasn't me. All right. Let's share the audio because she's over here talking shit. I don't think I shared the audio the first time because she be talking shit. Hopefully it's loud enough you guys can hear it. It should be.
Do you see my finger? Do you see my thumb? Do you see my fist? You better run, Julie. Do you see my finger? Do you see?
She's a little turd, man. And she thinks that Craig just lit the world up. Craig, where's Craig? You know, not, hey, Cindy, I love you. I miss you. You live 1,000 miles away. It's, where's Craig? Where's Craig? No, nobody like Craig. Damn it, Craig. Here's another one over. Oh, it's muted. Why won't it unmute?
Nickel, please, Julie. Julie, I done told you and told you and told you and told you and told you. And told you, Nickel, please, Julie. I done told you, Julie. And I done told you, Julie, and I done told you, Julie. And I done told you, Julie. Julie, I done told you and told you and told you and told you and told you. And told you, Nickel, please.
She's a whole mess, y'all. Is this one the audio? And she thinks Cincinnati Red's the only baseball team that exists. Oh, she having a fit. Oh, look at this. I bet she was flirting with that man, wasn't she? She a little flirt. And he had a motorcycle. That poor man. I'm sure she was trying to go home with him. I know her too well. I know that child. She was trying to go home with him. She's a whole mess. Let's see. I sent a one to myself. Let me see if it came through. My swamp signal may have fooled us. It did come through. This is one of my favorite videos of her. If it will load. That is my sister, y'all. That you guys always hear me talk about the baby. That's Tamara. You can see me in the info, Mom. I will get up with your sister. I have got to go finish up one fire. Okay, I sure will, Dutchie. I'll send it to you after the live, my love. Mom, I got to go to Oakley to bed, but I'll be listening. Oakley says, good night. She's 5. My little calls me. Aw. Tell her we send her lots of love. Arctic, let's link. She's beautiful. That happy. Yeah, she's very happy unless she's not. And then she is very, very verbal, and everybody knows that she's not happy. She's a whole mess. Oh, Nicole, I got all kinds of little clips. If you're talking about my clips, I love my little clips. I thought you were joining. What are you talking about, Mikey? Have you been partaking of the devil's lettuce? I'm proud of her. She puts on her so it keeps her going. That's
No, I said that we needed to talk to Mikey about posing for our Men of YouTube calendar, and we'll donate all the proceeds to Nick Mick.
Ooh, Mikey. You know you're peddling water at the car show. You can go on and just take us some of them workday pictures. Maybe just, show us a little shoulder. We already talked about oxygen off Mikey. Since we're going to raffle off the guitar, we raffle off Mikey. But if Brian heard about it, we wouldn't have anybody be able to vote on Mikey because Brian would come and take Mikey from all of us. And I need him to pedal water at the crow. Yeah, Julie's in trouble. Julie, stay in trouble. I feel like I got it. What the hell? She is living her best life. She's a whole mess. She is a whole mess. Y'all have no idea that child is a whole mess. Don't tempt the kids. It's just not necessary. What the hell, y'all? I love you guys. All right, can I at least pick my stage name? Yeah, you can. Hell, you can dress up as a firefighter if you want to. I think I honestly believe I have in my editor, I think I have a calendar, Arctic. I think I do. You can adjust the months on it. Y'all stay tuned for that. It's going to be something me working in the back. All you have to worry about is 2 teeth Tina. She gets touchy. Good Lord, Doodle. My daughter has the same wheelchair. I think it's hot pink. Oh, she would probably love having a hot pink one. She used to have an electric one, but like I said, she likes to run off, and she knows how to work the alarm. So she no longer has an electric one. She has a manual one. Well, thank you so much, Brady, for coming in. Sending you so much love and support. If you ever need anything, all of my contact information is in my About page. We have a great team over here. If you ever need any direction, help, anything like that, definitely reach out to us. And we are there for those that are here for the right reasons.
On a side note, not to interrupt the live or anything, but I've had my dad's electric wheelchair in hospital bed since he passed away. If there's anyone in the Fort Smith, Arkansas area that's in need of an electric wheelchair or a hospital bed, get with me through email, DMs, or something, because I will gladly donate it to someone that can use it.
Oh, Arctic, you're amazing. You're amazing. Y'all, we couldn't ask for anybody better to be in our community. I'm telling you, dude. You never cease to amaze me how amazing you are. I showed the pictures in Messenger, woman. Show us what a pool guy does. Lord Doodle is over here. She's going to town on Mikey. We'll just sick Doodle on him. That's going to turn out like a episode of Landman and the Old Folks. Oh, Lord. Aw. Love Phil. What you mean, oh, hell no? Oh, now we're talking Fox gets a law enforcement uniform. You got to go get them dollar bills, y'all. You're so welcome, honey, if you're still here listening, definitely. Everybody that you see here with a wrench or without on panel, we're all welcome. We're all willing to help anybody that's willing to do this for the right reasons. it's hell when you first get started out. Networking is key, but like I said in your guys' chat last night, YouTube is a whole different animal. You've got to be so careful who you trust over here, because you can pour your whole heart and soul into somebody for 2 or 3 years, and then all of a sudden realize that halo done went to horns. That halo done broke in half and turned into a set of horns. So you got to be so careful. Like Arctic's my ride or die. Me and him been together for years doing this, and I'd be lost without him. And I've managed to meet all these beautiful people and build a team that I would trust with my life over the years of being here. Oh, you're 45 minutes away from Nicole.
Yeah, she's up there by my brother. I'm sure my brother's up in Fayetteville.
Ooh. Oh, that would be awesome if you guys could do a live together. Oh, man, that would rock. You could be a channel for years and realize a creator is a snake. Yep. It is a hard lesson. Absolutely is. It's a heartbreaking lesson. And you feel like all that time that you put in is just wasted. That's why over here I feel it's so important that we don't do the drama. We stick to the facts. We do the damn thing. We engage with empathy. We go boots on the ground. Hang flyers. I ship flyers. I make flyers. The team puts out flyers. Arctic does events. I do events. Doodle goes to courthouses and does the damn thing with Miss Barbara and searches for people and hangs flyers and puts the cards out. You guys know that when my anxiety's up, I'm flipping my Vladik cards over here like a deck of cards. But
Yep,
that's why it's so important to make sure.
We're having the biggest car show in the Fort Smith area next weekend, the Kisser Kite Flight and car show. Don't know if my car will be there, because when I decided to start the Mustang today, a big plume of blue smoke blew out the tailpipes. But I will be there at least to pass Vlad's flyers and some other flyers out at the car show. So
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you, Arctic. I know that sucks about your car. It's just like this. This will be the first car show that's a Mustang show that our Mustang hasn't been in it. And it like, when you go to one of these events, it's like, I feel like I'm leaving her behind because I can't take her with me. Because I usually take, even when we go to the Turkey Rod Run, we usually take her to the Turkey Rod Run. My father-in-law usually drives his Fox body, and then I drive ours, or Craig drives ours, and we try to make sure that we bring both the cars to
did
the
I ever
shows.
show you pictures of my Fox body that I sold that I was still killing myself over selling? I'll have to send those to you in Discord.
Yes, send them to me. I love looking at Mustangs. You guys know what my car looks like. Hell, the night we were sitting here watching the Aileen Warnos live, I was like, is that my car? Look at my damn car. What the hell they do with my car in the damn? That's all I need. Yep, Fayetteville. And I found you, Nicole. She says that would be great, Arctic. That would be amazing. Get you guys all together on a panel. It's very heartbreaking, all the work energy wasted to help a damn grifter. I know, Doodle. It's heartbreaking. It's like building a house because you got to keep up that 12 to 24. Yep. I need a four-wheel drive wheelchair to get around where I live. Oh, my Lord, Peggy. Give Craig no ideas. He'll be out there looking for a four-wheel drive wheelchair. Trust me, I've got an itch. I've been reaching for something to bring. What you bringing? What you bringing, Mikey? Has been sitting there for a bit. It has been something about car shows. Is there something about car shows for distributing flyers? So what we're doing, some of you guys may not have been in here that night. So on Tuesdays, we have, when Doodle's back up to it and feels like me and Doodle triple stream. So we dual stream off of each other's channels, and then we feature Bethany Hassel, which is Vladik Hassel's sister, missing out of Orlando, Florida, missing vet. That is very dear to my heart. You guys know, many of you guys know that case is very dear to my heart. That is a case that I hold very dear to my heart. And Arctic was in a box on the TikTok because they don't call it a panel over there. They call it a box. And he had mentioned that it would be amazing if we could do a car show event. And it just so happens that my father-in-law is the chairman of the Mid-Florida Mustang Club. So I said, I might know a guy. I might have a guy for that. And I spoke to my father-in-law, and the next thing you know, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. We have a booth at the Florida National Mustang Car Show. Let me get it to come up here. It's going to bring up the flyer. So this is the largest Mustang and car show in Central Florida, 2025, the Mustang Club of America National Show. Florida Mustang Club, and this is at Desertland Park in Orlando. It's 5250 International Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32819. I will be there with a vendor booth for April 4th and 5th from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And we will also, thanks to Arctic and our beautiful, amazing ArcticFox, who is just a plethora of ideas and keeps us all grounded around here. I have way too many pictures, y'all. He had donated us to be able to go and purchase this guitar that we will be raffling off, auctioning off, whatever terminology you want to use, for Aiden Clune, who's missing, for Amy Clune, because she has some searches coming up, and we know that these families, they drain themselves in doing their own investigations financially. So we also have this guitar, and the case, and then of course the stand was donated by the music shop in Orlando, Music and Arts, and they also gave us a discount on the guitar. This is a $500 guitar. We got the guitar for $250. And Arctic, the other day when I talked to Amy, I gave her the phone number and stuff for the music shop, and she was going to call them and thank them for what they did as well.
That's awesome. I left them the best review possible on their Google reviews because what they did was absolutely above and beyond for us. Not only did they give us the discount, guys, but they threw in a stand and everything else. I mean, it was beautiful what they were able to do for us.
It was amazing. Like the case, the first case that I grabbed, it was too small, and she went over there, and this was the only case that fit the guitar that was hanging on the wall. So it was like it was meant to be. When I walked in the music store, and we'd been to like 5 of them, and I'm so picky because I played guitar. So they had like scratches on the pick guards and the pickups, and I was just so disgusted. Like, ugh. And then I made him drive me to downtown Orlando, which he's amazing. He's my chauffeur, my camera guy. So I had him drive me down there. And when I walked in, this Fender guitar was sitting there. Like it was hanging on the wall, and it was the first thing that just drew me to it. And I was like, this is the one. And he goes, but it's purple. I said, I don't care. This is the one. And he took it off the wall and went up there and handed it to the lady. And then the following week, when we dual streamed the TikTok, Amy was telling us that purple is Aiden's favorite color. So it was meant for that guitar.
Exactly.
I knew that was the one. Like it drew me to that guitar. And hearing her say that, like I'm not too big. I turn my camera off on those days. You guys know that I'm human. As much as I try to keep up my reputation, I was in tears over here because I don't know. I feel like the stars line up and the things happen the way they do. We meet the people we do, and things like that happen. Like it was meant to be. Like it was meant to be that purple guitar. And it just so happens that Fender and purple were 2 of his favorite things. I love the color. JC, you must have snuck in. I didn't even see you. Justice for Aiden. Absolutely. Mikey's going to walk. Oh, there's Far. I thought she done left us. Yeah. So we have, I was going to show you guys these two. I had it pulled up here. I have printed off flyers for local cases, and I printed off a flyer for Aiden and Vladik and a handful of other cases as well. And those are already laminated. I am going to make a third page because since we had the idea of the resource pages, myself and Arctic have both come up with like at least 3 or 4 more groups. So I'm going to make a third page to the resource pages. What? Y'all, I have too much stuff in here. Where is my stuff? Okay, here it is. I had to find it. It was hiding, y'all. Entire screen. So these are some. I have more flyers now that I've laminated since then. This was the first run that we did. Tanya's missing from here in Florida. There's Aiden. Here's Arctic's Amber Alert reform. Our team with our QR codes. This is a family that I work with too down here in Florida. The Charles Truck Crow missing out of Daytona Beach. And then these are really hard to see. Let me pull up an individual. So this is a resource page. There's front and back. It's the way I have it laminated. I'll have it displayed where you can tell it's a front and back. But on this side, I put search groups. And then on the other side of these, it has missing groups. See, it has the search groups on here. And then the other side has missing groups with the QR codes. And this will also be displayed. I've got foundations in here, of course, Gabby Petito Foundation, True Crime Web Foundation, the Aware Foundation, Voices for the Voiceless, Black and Missing, National Missing and Unidentified Persons, better known as NAMUS, Missing in America, Native Hope, MMIWG, Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, the National Center for Missing Exploited Children, better known as NCMEC, and Lighting the Way. And I said we have come up with more resources. So I will be doing a page 3. This car show will be the 1st of April. And then I've actually already, have been invited to do another car show in May. And I'm already been sponsored. My booth and everything has already been sponsored as well for the car show in May. So we'll be doing another missing persons booth at a different car show that's actually a VFW run car show. And with Vladik being a missing Marine vet, I'm hoping that I won't have any more of these cards to hand out to people by the time that is done and over with.
You know what? That gives me an idea too. Because, like, the veterans all have thrift stores throughout the country. If we could get Vlad's poster in every one of those thrift stores, that would be some amazing coverage too.
Ooh, that's a great idea, Arctic. I can definitely bring that up when I'm there. And like this time, we've got 500 flyers. And let me tell you how stressful it is to count out 500 flyers, because I'm telling you, I counted them out like 7 times because I didn't want to miscount the flyers. We have 500 flyers and 500 of these cards. Some of you guys have got these in the mail from me. Doodle actually put some out today that are going in the Mustang Show swag bags. Not our channel swag bags that we'll also have at our table. These are being given out as a souvenir to the first 500 people that come to the car show.
That is absolutely amazing. What I want to see at some point, what I'm doing is I'm going to print off that resource list, and I'm going to get them laminated, and I'm going to take them down to my local police department. I'm going to tell them, hey, look, I understand that it's hard for you to come up with resources for these parents, but whenever you have someone come in, here's what I want you to give to the parents, because they don't know what they should do in the event that their child goes missing other than report them. And there's a lot of resources available to them that they don't know anything about. And, you know, when they run out, they can let me know and I'll get them some more.
JC, I'm not being rude by any means, honey, but Amy has had a hard run on YouTube. She does not do podcasts. And I mean, I can ask her, but I'm not being mean or rude by any means. I know she has talked to Arctic on the phone, and she's talked to me, and she's offered to come up on both of our channels. But she's very, very, I hate to use gun shy, but I mean, that's the best way I can explain it without sounding like I'm being an asshole about coming onto YouTube due to, I'm not going to use any names, but due to previous
Certain
YouTubers.
private investigator that also inserted himself into the Dylan Rounds case.
That asshat too. That is so helpful. I saved that from your Facebook today. Oh, awesome, Nicole. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And you guys are welcome to use anything that's in the Discord, on the Facebook, anything like that. We don't hold anything. You know, you don't got to be like part of the Cool Kids Club. If it's something that we've made or put together, please, by all means, share it. Please share it far and wide.
Mm-hmm. If you check your Discord, you got pictures. You don't have to show them. I just sent them for you to look at.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I will look after the show. I got to check my emails too. I keep trying to remind myself. Crime Curious sent me an email. Crime Curious. I'm trying to get better at checking my emails because the Nightbot does drop. If you need a flyer, email me. And so I am trying my hardest to be better about checking my emails. I now have Messenger on my phone. So if you message me on Facebook Messenger, I will get it. If you message me on Twitter, I will probably see it faster. It is a great idea. Yeah, sometimes, it's like a bad case of some kind of a disease that won't go away. You think the rash cream worked, and all of a sudden it comes back. Oh, no worries at all. I didn't think about that. I totally understand these streets can be crazy. Yeah, they are. They are. And like we're one-on-one working with Amy, thanks to Bethany bringing us all together. And, I don't want to lose her trust for any reason at all. I think I know who you're talking about. Mom Rounds and Clune Piat. Yeah, he's a jackass. I wouldn't even say his name. I'd be liable to gag over here. It's hard for families to talk about as a mother. Yeah. Yeah. Love you. Love you, Miss Barbara. Arctic, I would like to say he got run off YouTube, but I saw him the other night, about fell out of my damn computer chair.
Who the hell had his ass on?
I'll put it in back chat because I don't want people going over there. And I'm not being rude, guys. I just don't mention any kind of drama channels over here because I don't condone the drama, and we ain't doing that. There ain't be none of that.
Nope. None of that over on any of our channels.
Nope, we don't do drama. We don't do drama in any way, form, or fashion because families will not trust you. Families will not communicate with you if you do drama. That is why we have that is the drama llama. The drama llama. The drama llama.
We also have you, Mom, because you can be all nice and rational when you need to be. Me, I'm blowing up and threatening to drive my car through a business and shit, so.
Yeah, I even have a drama llama coffee cup that Drifty made me. Keep it right here on my shelf that I need to redo. I try to hold my temper, I really do, but there are nights where I'm like, I'm not going to blow my channel up. I'm not going to.
Oh, I feel like there's a Come to Jesus live coming pretty soon.
Pretty soon. Pretty soon. It will not be much longer, and there'll be a live that you guys are not used to seeing. Just because some things need to be said and talked about, and it needs to be known, because like the current situation with a certain sub of the Krama community, which I don't even think should ever exist, my opinion, was scamming people out of thousands of dollars, and the creator knew about it and knew that it was happening, and did not take into accountability that maybe you should let the rest of the community know, because some of us do cross communities, and I be in everybody's bushes, so that way my community didn't get scammed for a couple $1,000s. So, just putting it out there. Putting it out there. Just making my point just a little bit. Again, the struggles, yeah. Purple is the best. I have a huge purple butterfly on my back, and I have a caterpillar. The butterfly's for my daughter, and I have a caterpillar on my shoulder for my son. And it says, just when the butterfly thought the world was over, she turned into a beautiful butterfly. It's a big back piece on my back, and it reminds me every day that just when I think that I'm not strong enough and I can't do it anymore, I'm going to come out of my cocoon, and I'm going to do it again another day. Wait, what? What you talking about? What you talking about? Yeah. Yep. There was a whole scammer that's been here since Summer Wells has been missing. And beware who you donate money to. I'm just going to tell you, because they're saying this girl's got 2 or 3 alt accounts that scammed people out of thousands of dollars, including our very own Cash. And I'm not putting Cash's business out there. You can go to his channel. It's on his community wall. Yep. Thank you, Miss Barbara. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, Nicole. Well, guys, we've been running on 4 hours. Boy, that live just a little on the trashy side. What? What live was on the trashy side, Mike? What you talking about? What you talking about? You want me to sing? I don't even remember the words of that song. I ain't gonna sing. Nicole's new. We ain't trying to run her off the first night. Good Lord. But thank you guys so much for being here on our Not Forgotten Friday. Make sure you're subbed up to the channel. Tomorrow night, I'm going to kind of do something that I don't normally do. I don't normally, under any circumstance, cover trending cases. But there is one case that I started covering when it very first happened, and that is the Idaho 4 case. For those of you guys that don't know, I did not hear about the Idaho 4 case on YouTube. When my youngest son was still staying here, he was in Discord. He comes running out of his room, and one of his friends that was in Discord actually was going to that college and knew that I have a channel and that I do what I do, and had reached out to Tater and said, this happened. Oh my God. And that's how I found out about that case. So it wasn't through YouTube. It wasn't through the news. It wasn't through Twitter. And when it became ever so toxic, I stopped covering it. However, there's been some new information that's come out, and I've just about had all the victim shaming and victim blaming I can stand. So tomorrow, we are going to do a pro-victim live and not a pro-accused live. I will have a partially open panel. We should have some special guests that are going to be stopping by tomorrow. And of course, the normal team will be here. And we're going to cover the case with integrity, the way that it should be covered by all channels, without the victim blaming and the victim shaming. Because if I don't, I'm going to explode.
And please watch what you say in chat, because if you do any of the victim blaming and the victim shaming in chat, your comment will get deleted and you will be timed out.
And that's for those in the bushes that like to lurk in the bushes, that don't want to come out and chat with the rest of us. And they want to run to their little secret chats on Discord and talk shit about people. I'm the OG. Sticks and stones. All right, guys, much love. Thank you so much for being here. Remember, if you see something, say something. We never give up. It takes a village to raise a child. Arctic? Arctic?
Sorry, I was on mute. Y'all be kind to one another out there. You never know what that next person's going through.
And I will catch you guys on the flip side.
I stand on this mountain, I look down and see a world I was once underneath. I stand on this mountain and I look down by mine. There's more than it once knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Now you're here. You're here. You're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be than found me see. Found me see. I climb down this mountain and I look around just to see that everyone used to be me. I climb down this mountain and I look around my mind, embracing more than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth. Now you're here, you're here, you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Found me sing. Found me sing. I once was blind, but now I see the beauty of the world before me. Now you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Now you're here, you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Found me sing. Found me sing. Found me sing. Found me sing.